shoulder problems have hampered him, and he's leading the way with a very good Toronto lineup. Jordan Zimmermann, Rob Dibble, has a tough assignment against these boys tonight.
Yes, he will have his work cut out for him tonight. He's got to stop this lineup, just like stopping the Yankees and the Rays. It's been very intimidating for the staff, but they've been up for the challenge.
First pitch of the ball game, a strike high in the zone, right on time at 7:05. Partly cloudy skies and 82 degrees. This is a night when the ball should be carrying if anybody can get a hold of one. And there's one down the right field line, but foul off the bat of Marco Scutaro. This guy's become one of the better leadoff hitters in the league, and here's the PNC report on Jordan Zimmermann.
Wow, Zimmerman's got great stuff. He's just still working his craft, his 11th career start. He's got 16 walks in 57 innings pitched this year against 60 strikeouts, which is phenomenal, that ratio, and 3 wins in his 10 starts this year. That is not good. His job is to get victories for the staff.
A screamer into the seats foul.
So you may start the game and leave the game, but you want to leave your team in a position to win.
Marco Scutaro, 33-year-old infielder from Venezuela. They got him in a trade from Oakland a year ago November. He had 267 for the Jays last year. He's at 302 right now with a 404 on base percentage. Home plate umpire, 18-year veteran crew chief Brian Gorman. James Hoy, C.B. Buckner, Mike Everett on the bases. Blue Jays are 5th in runs in the AL, and number 2 to the Angels, 282, with a batting mark of 280. Breaking ball, little chopper. Zimmermann right there.
Step and throw.
Nationals defensively. Adam Dunn, of course, cannot DH because we're in a National League ballpark. He's in left. Willie Harris, a wonder play in New York last night. Dukes is in right. And then Guzman, Hernandez, Zimmermann, Johnson, and behind the plate, Josh Bard. Adam Dunn back in left field. He told Debbie Taylor he really enjoyed DHing a couple of days in New York City. There's Aaron Hill, maybe Toronto's best pure hitter this year. Despite being 0 for his last 6, he's hitting .308. He has 90 hits to lead the American League, tied with Miguel Tejada for the Major League lead, and he has 28 multi-hit games.
And you would think, as well as Hill is hitting, that Scutaro wouldn't walk as much, but Scutaro has 47 walks on the season, Bob. So it's the guy in front of him. You seem to want to get around him to get to this guy. I wouldn't think so.
Aaron Hill is a former SEC Player of the Year and All-American from LSU. He's in his 5th year with the Blue Jays. 27 years of age, a really good second baseman, and a 13th overall draft pick back in the 1st round. There's a swing and a foul tip, and Zimmermann strikes him out. Blue Jays and the Nats have not met since 2007, and the Jays haven't been in the district since 2006. Vernon Wells is really having a puzzling season. Just not doing very well. He's coming up in a moment. The Blue Jays, more hits than anybody. And the Nats at home, 22-17 in interleague play since becoming the Washington Nationals. It's kind of odd. They've played the Blue Jays in interleague play 12 times. Only 3 of those games have been in D.C. at 2-1 for the Nats at RFK back in 05.
And you saw that stat about how they lead the American League in hits. Hill has 90, Lynn has 80, Scutaro has 81, Rios has 77, and Roland is catching up with 69. So they're all good at putting the ball in play.
Vernon Wells is their highest priced player. Signed a big deal 2.5 years ago, 7 years, $126 million. The richest contract in the history of the Toronto Blue Jays, but he's really been struggling this year. Not that time. And now he's 7 for his last 17. That'll get Scott Rowland to the plate, batting .327.
Well, one thing that the young pitchers have done well is get out of the inning after 2 outs, which is what they weren't doing well before this road trip started and we got back here. So the last 6 games, getting out of the inning after 2 outs, imperative for this young staff.
Scott Rowland ran into Hee-Sop Choi of the Dodgers at first base back in 05. Until this year, his shoulder was never the same. He's been on the DL and out for the rest of the season, a time or 2 because of it. He's now back healthy. Told me he feels the best he has felt in years, and the numbers prove it. Not a lot of power, though. Only 4 home runs, 23 RBIs.
Well, when we talk about Ryan Zimmerman's defense, or even Longoria or A-Rod, this is one of the best third basemen. 7 Gold Gloves for Scott Rowland. So whatever he's not doing with the bat, Bob, he's doing it with the glove behind you. As a pitcher, you gotta love a guy like Scott Rowland.
Only Brooks Robinson with 16 and Mike Schmidt with 10 have won more Gold Gloves at third base. 5-time All-Star. No balls, 2 strikes.
And he makes that play going towards second base, taking a hop behind him better than anyone I've ever seen. You know, they talk about the plays in front of you. He takes that shot, catches it going towards the outfield, and can still throw it chest high to the first baseman.
Oof. Yeah, in fact, I told Ryan Zimmerman when the Nationals went to St. Louis 3 years ago to keep an eye on Scott Rowland, the way he throws the ball. He might be the most accurate third baseman in recent memory.
Well, Northrop Grumman there on the pitch track spoke to Vice President of Player Development for the Nationals, Bob Boone, today about our catching and what Josh Bard and Will Nieves have been doing lately. They're not setting up as far off the plate as they used to because the umpires are no longer calling that. So what they're doing is they may set their target up, the glove, but they physically are sitting more behind home plate. So we've talked about the strike zone. It's withered away, but if you stay around the plate with your glove or your body as a catcher, maybe the umpire will give you a few more calls.
So pitchers make adjustments, hitters make adjustments, and so do catchers.
Well, Bob Boone caught 2,225 games in his career. 3rd on the all-time list now that Ivan Rodriguez has passed Carlton Fisk.
Rowland jammed on 2-2, fouls it back. By the way, here's our daily interleague update. The American League has won 67, the National League 58. So the National League picked up 4 wins more than the American League did yesterday, thanks in part to the Nats. And a breaking ball popped up straight back. Interleague numbers. American League, 46 more home runs. ERA better. Look at that. The National League has a better average with the DHs.
They're liking that DH.
And for a change, the National League pitchers are out hitting the American League guys.
Well, it's about time.
I was getting real tired of seeing those guys out hit our guys. Rowland drives it to center, but right there is Willie Harris. He deserves an easy play after what he did last night. Here come the Nats. Good first inning for Jordan Zimmerman. Eighth in the league, 10th in runs, and 7th in home runs. Adam Dunn, homer number 296 at Yankee Stadium 2 nights ago. He has 18 on the year and 47 RBIs. And he's hitting the ball pretty well. Slugging percentage up there. They continue to walk at him quite a bit. He's tied with Adrian Gonzalez atop the league with 53 of them. This is a left-hander that has a great changeup. Rob Dibble, Brian Talent from Oklahoma originally.
He's a biggin, 6'6", 220, and he almost throws totally sidearm for a big man.
Guzman, first pitch swinging. In the air, shortstop Marco Scutaro. Still a fair ball when he puts it away.
As I said, he's very deceptive. He's going to try to throw three-quarter and below. 0 home runs. That's the amount last year against 101 left-handed batters in 2008. 19th start of his career over 6 years. 150 relief appearances. He's been more of a short man and a setup guy. And the Blue Jays have 8 wins this season in his 16 appearances. 12 starts.
Nick Johnson hitting .306.
But like you said, he's got a very good changeup. He's got a decent slider, decent curveball, a little bit of a cutter he's developed the last couple of years. You'll need all those pitches if you're going to go 2 and 3 times through the lineup, but it's not an overpowering two-seam fastball at 88 to 92.
I got a scouting report on him earlier tonight from former Major League catcher Alan Ashby, who's a radio commentator for the Blue Jays, and he told me that there have been games when Talent, he won't even throw a breaking ball in the early innings. He'll go fastball changeup on you. He's that good, that deceptive, and then maybe a little bit later on he'll mix in a hook or two. That one's inside on Nick Johnson, and the count goes to 3-0.
And another thing Bob Boone told me today, Bob, which we've talked about, never waste a pitch. Always have a purpose. So whether you're 0-2, there's no reason to just throw it in the dirt way outside. I mean, try to get the guy out on that pitch.
And a 4-pitch walk. The Nats have their first base runner. And Nick Johnson's now been on base 10 consecutive games. Toronto is the second best defensive team in the American League. 27 errors. The Twins with 24. Marco Scutaro and Aaron Hill very good up the middle. Vernon Wells made a spectacular diving play in Philadelphia yesterday. Alex Rios and Adam Lind on the flanks in the outfield. Scott Rowland very good. As we mentioned, Lyle Overbay. And Rod Barajas has always been a solid Major League catcher.
Not a lot of original Blue Jays on this team.
Right. Up and away to Ryan Zimmerman, who's an original Nat.
J.P. Ricciardi is a very busy general manager.
He's a wheeler dealer.
Yes, he is.
One on, one out. Zimmerman at 310. 2-0. Interesting about Ryan. This year he's hitting .335 against right-handed pitchers. So you figure, well, he must murder lefties. Well, you don't see lefties that often.
Right.
And then you're facing guys like this who are so deceptive. Ryan's batting average against lefties considerably lower than that .335.
Well, and especially against a good changeup lefty like this guy or Johan Santana, those pitchers will do better against righties than lefties because lefties take the changeup away from a left-handed pitcher.
Couple of interleague battles already significant today. The Indians and the Cubs at Wrigley are 7-7 in the 10th inning. Most of the other games just underway. Milwaukee has a 3-0 early lead at Detroit, and the Braves from our division lead 1-0 at Fenway Park. 2-1 to Zimmerman. Off the end of the bat. That's why it's going to stay in the park. Adam Lind for the second out.
Well, and to back up what you just said, Talent against right-handed hitters this year, they're batting .218 off of him. He's only faced 76. About a third left-handed hitters, they're hitting .237 against him. So they've got a few more home runs, but with that changeup, it keeps those righties off balance.
Here's Adam Dunn. Adam in the New York series, 4 for 9 with 3 walks, a homer and 2 RBIs. Big shift is on. Scott Rowland is playing an up the middle shortstop position. If Adam Dunn wanted to get Elijah Dukes to the plate in the inning, he could play Carlos Pena and bunt one down the third base line, but the Nats want this big guy swinging the bat. That was a front door breaking ball on the inside corner.
There's hits by direction by Adam Dunn.
So 47 of the 60 dead center or pulled. And of course, we remember one of those opposite field hits, a grand slam into the left field bullpen that beat the Orioles. That was really off speed there.
There's our Exmo. Finally, we get our little toy back. And
see how the bat's gone?
Yeah, that's a good breaking ball by Talent right there.
Yeah, we missed the Exmo when we're gone. That ball's right up the middle. It'll get through. And then heading for third base, Nick Johnson. You know, Scott Rowland, that was an interesting play. I thought he was going to go after it. And then he slowed up, maybe because there would be nobody to cover the left side of the infield. I don't think he had that play anyway. So how about Adam Dunn beating the shift with a little ground ball?
Well, it was a good pitch by Talent, a jam shot, but Adam Dunn strong enough. Watch the Exmo right here. This pitch will be in on the hands. You see he can't get extension, but strong enough to drive it up the middle. Keep the inning going.
I'm sure he's telling Lyle Overbay, man, I hit that ball hard.
No, he's going, man, my hands hurt, but I'm not going to shake them. He's saying, I'll take that one.
Adam really enjoyed playing at Yankee Stadium for 3 days. I'll tell you about that a little later. Here's Dukes. Elijah this year, 300 with runners in scoring position. But he's 0 for his last 7. Batting average down under 250.
Go figure that Brian Talent grew up in Oklahoma and loves Nolan Ryan. Don't we all?
And Dukes will pop it up into short right field. Alex Rios is waiting. The Nats will get a couple of base runners, a walk and a single, leave 2, no score after 1 on Friday night at home.
Told me after last night's game that the young starters are feeding off each other. They're good friends and they're a tight-knit group. And here's more from Manny Acta on that topic.
They played together at some point. A couple of those guys were together in Potomac before, and you know they motivate each other and feed off each other, and it's good. And they don't have any type of competition going on, but you know they're trying to outdo each other or follow up in each other's step every 5 days.
And for Jordan Zimmerman, Manny told me that he needs to continue to pound the zone and he'll be really effective. He's got a really good strikeout to walk ratio. He's got nearly 4 strikeouts to each walk. Bob?
That is correct, Debbie. A strikeout in the first inning gave him 61, only 16 walks in 58 innings this year. And as Rob has pointed out on numerous occasions, part of his problem, some of the strikes are too good over the middle of the plate, too hittable. That's why opponents are batting .279 in his ERAs, 5.37. This is Adam Lind hitting .308. He's a Muncie, Indiana kid who went to the University of South Alabama. And he is a homegrown Blue Jay, third rounder in '04. And Jordan looking quick with the heater tonight. This hitter is third in the American League with 36 extra base hits. And he's one of those guys Rob talked about with 80 hits or more. Swing and a miss. He was overmatched on a fastball away. Strikeout number 2 for Jay Zim.
Well, and Bob, what we've talked about also with Jordan is he throws so hard and so well. Let's see if these guys can hit it. You know, throw it to them, see if they can hit it. Okay, if you hit my best fastball, then I'll make some adjustments. But there's no reason to go to your second and third best pitch when you have such a great number 1.
Don't trick them till you have to.
No, and we've talked about this. Don't show them your whole arsenal, your whole repertoire the first time through. Save a little bit for the second time. I like what Talent does. Go fastball, changeup, maybe your first time through, then fastball, slider your second time. Maybe all breaking balls your third time. I mean, just always leave the hitters thinking.
And one's away. 2-1.
Wow, tight zone tonight.
7-game hitting streak for Alex Rios has him up to 277. 6th year with the Blue Jays, a .288 hitter. And a breaking ball. That's a good one. It was away from the right-hander. And I think everybody's more comfortable when the second baseman makes that call. He's got the angle on that foul ball. Bases empty, 2 outs. Let's talk about the Blue Jays a bit. 37 wins. They're only 4 games back of the Red Sox. We mentioned they're second to the Angels in average. They're 6th in ERA, 5 runs a game, and a very good fielding team. Their percentage is best. Minnesota has fewer errors. And they play in a ballpark up there. We used to call it the Sky Dome that opened in '89. It's now called the Rogers Center after the company that owns them. And there's a strike to Lyle Overbay. But Rob, that's a ballpark that plays big in the gaps, but if you pull the ball, it plays pretty small.
Yeah, it's a very good hitter's ballpark, but if you can pitch it right like a Roy Halladay, you can make a lot of money up there, but you can also keep the ball in the ballpark. And like you said, last year they were #1 overall statistically in the American League in pitching, Bob. 3.49 earned run average, but that was with A.J. Burnett. Now, a lot of injuries this year, and they're still, like you said, top 6 in pitching in the American League and #2 in hitting. That's what's keeping them in the race right now, 6 games over 500.
Last year, #1 in ERA. In runs, they gave up the fewest homers in baseball, and they were #2 to the Red Sox in strikeouts.
They had 15 complete games. Now, one pitcher used to do that 30 years ago, but they blew everybody out of the water on that one. Cleveland Indians, with their Cy Young Award winner Cliff Lee, had 10. And other than that, everybody had single digits. So Roy Halladay, A.J. Burnett, that pitching staff did a great job last season, and they're doing the same thing this year.
Where was that? My goodness, Brian Gorman's strike zone right now is the size of a shoebox. That was right over the plate. Where are the knees on this one? So Overbay walks after a bunch of near misses by Zimmerman. I mean, that's right on the corner. Runner at first, 2 outs.
By Josh Bard. What that means is you see how he catches the ball and kind of frames his body around it to make it look better for the umpire, and sometimes they don't go for it.
There's Rod Barajas, the opposing catcher, who hit a home run for the Jays that won a game in Philadelphia for them yesterday, his 6th of the year. And he's 4 for his last 9. We've seen Rod Barajas in this league with the Diamondbacks and the Phillies. Evidently, it's a high strike zone.
No, and evidently make them beat you with your best. Challenge the lower part of the batting order. See if they can hit the old #1.
No swing, says James Hoy.
Let's see this from the side. Nope, he didn't.
1 ball and 2 strikes. A Toronto team that's only 16-18 on the road. They're 3-6 in interleague play so far. But as Rob mentioned, they play well in their ballpark where it's a good hitter's park. They're 21-13 there. Jammed him right side for Nick Johnson. And the Blue Jays are gone in the top of the 2nd. Look at that. overmatching a left-handed batter, and even the guy in the stands calls him out. Unpacked tickets bring the whole gang to the ballpark on Sundays. You can purchase a $14 upper right field terrace ticket or a $25 lower reserve seat either side of the ballpark, and with each ticket a hot dog, non-alcoholic drink, and chips. Minimum 2 tickets per purchase. Pre-game autographs after the game. The kids run the bases. 888-632-NETS or nationals.com. It'll be Father's Day here Sunday. Here's Josh Bard. Josh's number steadily on the rise lately. In the month of June, he's played 9 games. In that time, he's 8 for 25, batting .320. He's always been known as a solid hitting catcher. Way out ahead of that one.
Well, and to finish up with Bob Boone, one of the reasons I had him on the radio today was talk about Aaron Boone, since it's Father's Day this weekend.
How's our buddy doing?
Aaron is doing wonderfully. Had that successful heart surgery, and in about another week he can pretty much do anything. He can resume regular activities. He's been doing cardiovascular work right now, but he's doing great.
Aaron visited the Nationals clubhouse in Arizona in early May and just looked great. We could tell he had lost some weight, and he said it was going to take a while to get his strength back. He is still hopeful of playing Major League Baseball again, and we hope he does. And if he doesn't, Rob, that guy is going to be one of the best coaches or managers you could ever sign up for a ball club.
I just think it's amazing that they found the heart valve problem in college, and he played his entire Major League career.
Yeah.
With that problem until they had to fix it.
Josh Bard on a changeup, way out ahead. Scott Rowland, always one of the best arms in baseball, and that's the first out, bottom of the second.
Let's see how a 6'6", 220-pound guy does it from the side. You see that little swoop to get into that balance point. Throws the ball, then he falls towards third base. Remember, I've talked about this. Make sure you finish, throw it to the catcher. Nice balance right there. He opens up the front hip, lets it go, then he falls off towards the right side.
Here's Willie Harris, who made the play of the year in the outfield last night.
You just see all that momentum, you know, and if you're a hitter and then all of a sudden he pulls the string on an 80-mile-an-hour changeup and you're thinking it's a 92-mile-an-hour fastball, it's hard to lay off. Remember Pete Sherrick?
Mets, yeah.
Talent reminds me of a Pete Sherrick.
Similar build.
You know, thin, long, lanky guy, or a John Smiley.
They list him at 6'6", 220. He tries that front door breaker again. Willie took it up and in, 1-2.
Well, he really gets down the front of the mound, too. There's that little hop at the end. He's bringing everything towards the hitter.
Little three-hopper out to Aaron Hill. And we've got a good pitching matchup shaping up here early in this game between Jordan Zimmerman, who just turned 23, and Brian Talent, who's been around a while. He's 31.
I thought he's 33. 31?
He'll be 32 in September.
Right. Born in 77.
Actually born in Baton Rouge, but grew up, lives in Midwest City, Oklahoma, right outside Oklahoma City. And here's Anderson Hernandez hitting .278 right-handed, .263 overall. Talent cannot wait to get this inning over with, so he can step in for his third career at bat here, leading off the third. I mean, that with everything rolled together in interleague, Rob, it was so embarrassing the way the American League pitchers kept out hitting the guys in our league the last couple of years. At least now the National Leaguers have the lead in that department.
Maybe they're working hard for those interleague at bats. I know we're down in Tampa. There's a base hit by Anderson Hernandez. I'm watching the Tampa Bay hitters take batting practice. I'm thinking, it's a little strange. They're taking batting practice at home. Usually you do it on the road if you're going to do the game. And I'm thinking, you know what? They've got interleague coming up. Yeah. They've got it against us. But once they go to a National League park, they have to hit. And so they'll be hitting this weekend. I think they're playing the Mets, aren't they?
That sounds right. And the Red Sox will be hitting. Their pitchers will be hitting here next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Talked to Carlos Pena, the first baseman of the Rays, and he kind of chuckled. He said, yeah, all of our pitchers think they can hit.
So do ours. Jordan Zimmerman's 0 for 15.
And he said exactly what I used to say, is that, yeah, everybody can hit at 5 o'clock, but can you hit at 7:05?
Yeah.
You know? BP pitcher throwing it about 60 at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And telling you what's coming, too.
That's a chopper that hits in or near the plate, and that'll do it for the Nats. But Anderson Hernandez, base hit, got the pitcher out of the way. We go top three, no score. With the gloves, the legs, and everything else last night, Rob Dibble.
Well, they were laying out for everything with the leather, and then see the assist from Austin Kearns at second base. Willie Harris laying out, diving on that warning track. Anderson Hernandez, Christian Guzman, Ryan Zimmerman from his knees.
I had one guy in New York last night say Willie Harris's landing was the best one in that town since Sully Sullenberger on the Hudson River.
Oh, Sully. I'm in his fan club.
I think everybody is. You're an official member, though?
Yeah, there's like a fan club on Facebook.
Nice. You and Sully tight?
And our 1.2 million other friends.
That strikeout number 3 in Brian Talent career 0 for 3. And it'll be the top of the order now. Marco Scutaro and then Aaron Hill. Look at that. First pitch strikes to all 9 hitters so far. No Nationals pitcher has done that this year.
See, those are some of those stats. Maybe we hold off until the 9th inning.
Oh, did we jinx him?
No. If he throws a ball right here, Steve McCaddy's going to come up here and smack somebody.
No, he'll have to go to the truck.
Nope, that's 10 for 10. All right, now it's okay. Now we can talk about it all you want.
I know. I hate Friday night brawls in the booth. We've had too many of them.
Yeah, you and Charlie Slows fighting over hot dogs. That's ugly.
Well, he's off this inning. What do you expect? Those guys,
dog.
I don't know how you do 2 innings at a time. That must be exhausting. Here's Scutaro, who bounced back to the pitcher first time up. Well, that's a good fastball. When you're ahead, just move him off the plate. A tradition of innovation, Firestone. Most starts by National League rookies. Chiron Martis is right up there with 13 with Kawakama of Atlanta. And a line drive to Anderson Hernandez. Yeah, you hit it near that kid, he'll catch it. He's proven that. And again, I ducked into Manny's office after the ball game last night. We chatted for a minute about what Anderson Hernandez did early in that game last night, Rob. When he made those 2 plays, that sent the message to Craig Stammen, I don't have to be afraid to let this lineup with all these stars hit the ball.
Absolutely. And it gives you confidence that if you make a mistake and someone hits the heck out of it, like say A-Rod in that 7th inning, someone's going to be there to pick you up and catch it.
Yeah.
And then if they make an error, you're on the other side to pick them up. That's what teamwork's all about. Willie Harris, that was just one of the best catches I've ever seen.
Yeah. Aaron Hill struck out first time up. A little investigative reporting. Debbie, I assume that was shaving cream and not whipped cream last night.
It was shaving cream, and I told the guys, you've got to go out and invest in some whipped cream because it will not sting the young pitchers' eyes. We don't want their eyes to get all foggy.
That is a time-honored tradition. Just putting that, it's shaving cream pies. Come on, Deb.
Some teams use Ready Whip. I've definitely whipped cream.
I would love Ready Whip. You know how many those shaving cream bombs you get right in the face when you're playing? It's
Here's Aaron Hill.
We got to do the 3-man lift for you, Deb.
Zimmerman's got a shot here. Safe on a close play.
Have you ever seen the 3-man lift? Okay, it's a prank. And we'll. All right.
I've seen that. It's a
here's
trap.
this swinging bunt right here by Aaron Hill.
That's
off the glove of Zimmerman, and then Zimmerman comes in and almost picks him up.
That's a play Guzman probably would have made had the ball been missed. But pitchers, and you talk about this all the time, Rob, their instinct is
to touch
anything you can reach.
Exactly.
Get it. Vernon Wells, the hitter. And I suppose in today's day and age, we would have to use, like low sugar or low fat.
Yeah, exactly.
Whipped cream. So maybe it's better to stay with the Barbasol.
What if the guy's lactose intolerant?
Oh, then you could kill him.
Oh.
All right. Let's stick with the shaving cream.
So you throw the shaving cream in their face, and they hate it, but.
Well, they'll trade that for that first major league win.
But that's the male bonding process. That means you're becoming part of the group. So anyway, the 3-man lift is where you get one guy, get 2 guys to lock down another guy, intertwining arms and legs. And, you start acting like you're gambling and betting that this one big, strong guy can lift the 3 guys.
Yeah.
Well, right when you say go, like the guy's going to lift them up, the rest of the whole team comes in with condiments, mustard, ketchup, mayo, and just nail the rookie in the middle.
And
he can't move. He's defenseless, can't move. Base hit by Vernon Wells, 2 for 2. We may do the 3-man lift on Vernon.
Vernon Wells is coming out of his funk. 8 for his last 18. His batting average on its way over 250 now.
Well, Vernon gets a fastball up where he likes it. He just drives it right back up the dish. especially when you're trying to come out of a slump, though. That's the way you do it. You don't try to hit home runs. You try to hit singles.
And this is dangerous with Scott Rowland stepping in. He flied to center with Wells aboard back in the first. He has 2 men on now. Now the hits, as I mentioned, are coming for Rowland, but his power numbers still well down. Only 4 homers this year, 276 in his career. He's 20 behind Adam Dunn. 13th year in the big leagues, 7.5 with the Phillies, 4.5 St. Louis, and his 2nd year with the Blue Jays. Had a well-publicized falling out with Tony La Russa that led to his departure from St. Louis.
I thought it started with Nick's uncle, Larry Boa. Didn't he have problems in Philly first? Then he went to St. Louis.
I wasn't sure about the Philly ones, but he was upset about his lack of playing time in the playoffs one year.
Didn't he have a really bad shoulder one year?
Yeah.
It was just totally destroyed, and he was still trying to play.
Ran into Hee-Sop Choi, a big man of the Dodgers who was playing first base. That ball driven to right, but as Rob would say, we've got a guy there.
We got a Dukes there, and that's 3. Elijah, and yeah, throw it in.
Elijah Dukes didn't realize that was the 3rd out, but that's okay. The inning is over. Here comes Guzman, who had 2 multi-hit games in New York. Nick Johnson walked his first time tonight, and then the Those young guys are clapping for some of their Army heroes from Walter Reed, who are here at the ball game like they are every night. Hope you guys are having a great night. It's no score, bottom of the 3rd. Guzman, Johnson, Zimmerman for the Nats. Some of our great guys and gals from Walter Reed Army Hospital up there on Georgia Avenue.
And I saw a few more of those gentlemen that were up there at Yankee Stadium while we were up there.
There's Christian Guzman rolling even with the bag at 3rd. Guzman jacks one to left and then over to get it Lind. And Christian Guzman's hit the ball in the air twice. Get your red on, get a grand slam flex plan. Pick 4 games, you get 1 free. 5 plans to choose from. Pick your plan, your games, your seats, and get a free game. It's that easy. 202-675-NATS or nationals.com/Grand Slam. Here's Nick Johnson, walked his first time. Right now, Tallett's averaging 15 pitches per inning. Jordan Zimmerman is averaging 20. That didn't feel too good. Nick got his foot with that one, and the count's 0-2.
Well, we talked about that with Craig Stammen, that kind of overworking a little bit. And here's the foul ball on the Exmo right off the foot. Yeah, right off the top. That's going to leave a mark. our Exmo camera. 500 frames per second to give you that wonderful shot of he hit the ball off his big toe.
You know, that's pretty impressive when your name's embroidered on your shoes. Nick is a stylish guy, and he has a base hit. He's on for the second consecutive time. 10 games in a row and 18 of his last 20 now. Nick Johnson has visited with Marquise Grissom over there at first base.
You see Nick just stay on this ball, head down, boom. Doesn't try to do too much. When you hit down on the ball, you make a lot more contact and drive line drives around than trying to uppercut and help the ball. No, Frank Robinson, Hall of Famer, were standing by the dugout having a chit chat, and Nick comes over to pick up his glove, and Frank looks down and he goes, "Slick, huh?" And he looks up and they're friends, and he goes, "Yeah, slick." He goes, "Oh, okay, that must be nice. It's got slick on his glove."
Embroidered
on his glove. So Frank Robinson's like, "Slick, huh?" Okay.
Well, that's Nick's nickname.
It is, Slick Nick.
Here's Ryan Zimmerman. Pitchers have different names for this guy. He didn't miss a homer by much. It fell well short of the wall, but he got it right near the sweet spot. Down toward the end of the barrel, a long fly ball to left, first time. I think Ryan has shown signs over the last 3 or 4 days that he is starting to swing the bat the way he did in April, when everything was a line drive and he was challenging the pitcher every at bat. Doesn't hurt when you have that big fella behind you. Hits are even at 3. Nick Johnson, a running threat after fouling one off his foot. Lyle Overbay holding him on there. Pretty good fastball, just missed. 2-1.
Here's the above shot of Talent right here, and you see that little slide step, trying to get it to home as quick as possible to give his catcher a chance. I don't think Nick is going to try and swipe second, just in case.
Zimmerman off the end of the bat. That'll hang in the air for Alex Rios. 2 outs. Do pitchers sometimes throw the ball to first just because maybe they're not ready to go home? I mean, why would he throw over there with Nick?
A lot of times, and I was not a big believer in throwing and trying to keep a guy on first. I would throw over to change my grip, because I had a grip. I got into my glove and I didn't like it. It was uncomfortable, so I'd throw over. Sometimes the coaches are looking for something. They may feel there's a hit and run on. So there's an assortment of reasons why you throw first. But yeah, you definitely go over there just to get the ball back and change your grip.
Adam Dunn, a little fly ball, right field line, a long way to go for everybody, and it falls foul between Rios and the second baseman Hill.
Well, and I think that corner that jets out there down the right field line in foul territory also helped in keeping those two from catching that ball.
Right, and you know, on top of that, Rios is playing very deep with Adam Dunn.
Yeah. And now check this out. As they're coming down there, they're looking up. He saw his right fielder. I don't want any part of Rios hitting me. You'll hear those footsteps, and it'll scare you a little bit.
Fastball missing away. Wouldn't it be fun with the Nats home for a week to see Adam Dunn reach 300 on this homestand? He's 4 away. And then, of course, it's off to a home run park 40 miles northeast of here. Nats will play the Blue Jays 3, the Red Sox 3, and then on to Baltimore.
The house that Cal built.
That will conclude interleague play a week from Sunday. Adam over 700 RBI. And that barrier surpassed this year. 2-2.
Well, with that off-speed breaking ball and that changeup, he's a sneaky, quick kind of pitcher. for a big guy. He's got kind of a slow and deliberate wind up, and then he kind of explodes with that 88, 91 mile an hour fastball.
2-2. Nick Johnson 1 for 2 running this year, actually. But you're not looking to take the bat out of this guy's hands.
No, and you also don't want him leading off next inning.
Adam Dunn, a bouncer right where Scott Rowland's playing. Ball came up on him for a momentary bobble, and that's it. The Nats have stranded 4 runners, no score. The applause continues.
League play continues now. I'm coming to you from the Nats Family Fun area, and we all know that Teddy Roosevelt has yet to win a race here, but he is the first president to have his own barbecue stand. And Phil Bucco, tell us a little more about it.
Well, come see what Teddy and I have been cooking up here in the kitchen. We've got a beef short rib. Look at this. Oh, it just fall off the bone. 12 hours. It's been smoking all day long. So you just open this up and dig right in.
Ooh, that's tasty. If that doesn't make your mouth water, Bob and Rob, I don't know what will. Back over to you.
Well, what would we know about mouth-watering up here? Evidently, food's not allowed on the 7th floor.
Debbie just teases us with those.
I know.
Nice story, Debbie.
Yeah, hard-hitting report. Thank you. Top of the 4th, Adam Lind.
Way to get to the bottom of that story.
I just thought journalists were all about free food. Evidently not.
Have you ever seen Debbie? She's not eating the free food, that's for sure. Back here eating an apple.
What's an apple? Ground ball. Anderson Hernandez throws out Adam Lind.
That little round thing.
Okay. Alex Rios will be next, and then Lyle Overbay. Not to be lost in all of what's going on here. The efficiency with which Jordan Zimmermann is getting some of his outs. Some of them happening quickly. But he has thrown over 60 pitches now with 1 out in the 4th inning. If he can get a couple of quick innings here, he could pitch deep into this Friday night. He continues to get ahead of everybody. 13 first pitch strikes.
Now 15.
13 hitters. How about that? 15 in a row now.
15 in a row.
This is Maddox-like.
That'll help you.
I think the best I've ever seen, if I remember over the last bunch of games I've seen, one night in Florida pitching for the Braves, Greg Maddux had 21 out of the first 23 hitters first pitch strikes. Alex Rios fouled out to Hernandez first time. Zimmermann goes right after him, gets a pop-up. Guzman is there. And 2 outs here in the 4th. Here comes Ducky Medwick.
Settle. He's tired.
The 3 center fielders had over 100 RBIs each of their first 2 seasons. Wow. Would Griffey be one of those?
I don't know, Willie Mays.
There has to be some sort of Toronto tie-in here.
No, I'm going to say Vernon Wells.
I don't know. Vernon Wells hasn't done that. No, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. He did. It is Vernon Wells.
Okay, so Vernon's one of them.
Griffey, you think? Only problem is Vernon Wells has only had one 100 RBI season since.
All right, so you got Vern. Hey, Vern.
There's a bouncer by the mound. Hernandez to get it and drops it. In his haste to make the exchange. Probably his 6th error of the year.
Yeah,
Runner at first, 2 outs.
This is an error. He had Overbay here by a few steps. And plenty of time. Overbay wasn't even really sprinting down the line. The Exmo will show you everything as it rolls down the glove.
Well, the Nats had gone 2 games without an error. They made one in the ball game Tuesday night. An error by Zimmerman on a throw that cost the Nats a run.
His first
a 5-3 loss. So that's their first error in nearly 3 full games.
First pitch ball right there. First time tonight by Zimmerman.
And you hope that that doesn't cost Jordan Zimmerman an extra 10 or 12 pitches here. Counts even 1-1 on the foul ball by the catcher Rod Barajas.
Well, as I said before, you know, when they're making great plays behind you now, if they make an error, it's time for you to pick them up.
And the pitcher with 3 career at bats. Brian Talent next. Be nice to retire this man and let the inexperienced hitter lead off in the 5th.
This is a great 88-mile-an-hour slider here on the 2-1 pitch by Northrop Grumman on your pitch track.
Boy, that was a late breaker, Rob. That really looked like a fastball for a while, didn't it?
Yep. Oh, man.
Runner will be moving on a 3-2 pitch with 2 outs. Don't throw one down the middle. This guy can hit it out of the ballpark. Throw a quality pitch here. He walked him, and that's not the worst thing in the world.
No, not with the inexperienced hitting pitcher coming up. But still, Steve McCaddy's wondering, as most of us are, where that 2-2 pitch was.
Nice night in Nationals Park. 82 degrees at game time. Cloudy but not overcast. It's a nice night at the park. Talent struck out looking first time. He's way off the plate, and he actually makes contact. Guzman to first, and the Blue Jays, one of the best hitting teams in the league, shut down through 4. Hey, there's a shutout streak going here.
It's my birthday.
And the Blue Jays are scoreless, and Jordan Zimmerman pitching very well at this point. Now, Rob, a lot of pitches in the first 3 innings, but settled down a little bit there, and the error didn't cost him too much.
No, you know, with the pitcher, a couple of hitters behind Barajas, or the hitter behind Barajas, he worked Barajas pretty well, almost struck him out. Still, 15 of 16 hitters faced. First pitch strikes, working ahead. He is throwing a lot of pitches because he's working a lot of breaking balls. But to keep this one of the best offensive teams in the American League off balance for 4 straight innings, a great job by Jordan Zimmerman tonight. So if you're Jordan Zimmerman right now, it's a little bit humid. Try to stay cool right now. Maybe get 2 more, possibly 3 more innings. Be that bridge to your bullpen and continue this nice streak by the young starters.
4 scoreless innings on only 3 hits, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. And let's see if the Nats can get the bats busy. Maybe tonight's a night for late offense. Over the entire road trip of 6 games, the Nationals had scored in every game by this time, with the exception of Tuesday night, and they got the 3-run homer by Anderson Hernandez. But then there has been no offense late in ball games. Maybe the Nats can do a turnaround on that tonight.
Maybe they think this is the first inning and they're going to start their offensive climb to the top.
Deuce gets jammed and fouls one over into the Blue Jays dugout.
Yeah, that has been strange, though. It's like the 2nd or 3rd time through the order, we get to the pitcher, and then the 4th time, shutdown mode.
Yeah.
DEFCON 4.
I don't know the last time the Nats scored a run against an opponent's bullpen, and it would have had to be at least an earned run on the last homestand. After the 5th inning, the Nationals only scored 1 unearned run after the 5th inning. But that's history. Maybe tonight's a different story. Dukes broke his bat. Out is the shortstop, Marco Scutaro.
Man, some bat companies are making a lot of coin this year.
Well, you know, good change-up pitchers, Rob, it's so hard to center the ball against them.
Well, you hit a lot of them off the end of the bat, and that will shatter bats. Making this guy look like Cy Young talent.
43 pitches, 25 strikes in his first 3 innings. Josh Bard is next.
Well, and to Jabba Chamberlain's credit, he gave a lot of credit to our young pitching staff, also to our hitters. He said that they were very patient. They made him throw a lot of pitches. Well, he recognized how well the team did last night. He's a classy kid. There's Rick Eckstein.
The Nationals are down, if you will, to number 8 in the league in batting average at 257. They were hitting in the 270 range for quite a while. Maniactus Ball Club, 2nd or 3rd in the league in runs for a while, now down to number 10. But lately the pitching has rescued that, and Josh Bard has a 4-pitch walk. Both hitters that Talent has walked tonight. Johnson in the 1st and Bard here in the 4th have been on 4 pitches. Celebrate Father's Day at Nationals Park. Nats Jays 135. First 10,000 fans ages 18 and up receive that great looking gym bag free. It's presented by Geico. Pre-game autographs, and after the game the kids run the bases this Sunday. Willie Harris. Willie bounced out to the second baseman, first time up. Willie struggling with the bat. It hasn't affected his defense for sure, but not like him to be 2 for 30. That ball, oh, it gets by Lyle Overbay. Bard heading for 3rd. Harris digging for 2nd. Alex Rios digs it out, and Pat Listash does need to hold him, and he's still going to hold as the ball rolls across the infield. I mean, Alex Rios is a good right fielder with a good arm. It's hard to anticipate he's going to throw a ball to deflect off the glove of the cutoff man.
Willie Harris gets a pitch he likes, puts it on the right side of the infield, past a really good fielding Lyle Overbay, and then Alex Rios has trouble finding the handle, comes up, quickly throws it by his cutoff guy. And you saw Josh, though. You see him running properly. As Bob's told you many times, run hard until that coach stops you. And then put on the brakes.
I wonder if Cito Gaston is thinking about an intentional walk here
to bring the pitcher up. They're
going to do it. In this league, you do that. So Jordan Zimmermann will have a chance for his first major league RBI with the bases loaded, 1 out. Cito Gaston has, in postseason play, managed in a number of National League ballparks, because when he was in his heyday, first time around with the Blue Jays, they dominated the American League East, winning divisions in 85, 89, 91, 92, and 93. Their 93 World Series on the Joe Carter walk-off homer is, hard to believe, the last time they've been in postseason play. Wow. It's been a lot of Yankees and Red Sox and 1 dose of Tampa Bay since then. There they are. Josh Bart at third. Harris at second with the double. Anderson Hernandez at first. Infield obviously in. And we'll see if Jordan Zimmermann can make some kind of contact here and get himself and his team the go-ahead run.
Well, some kind of good contact. You don't want to hit into a double play right here and kill the rally.
Ball 1. Falling behind in the count might help that.
Maybe try to slap one between first and second. There's a huge gap between Hill and Overbay.
Overbay's playing well off the line because of that. Right side. Zimmerman's really going to have to hurry. He is safe.
Great job.
He gets the RBI, and the Nationals take the lead. Good hustle by the rookie pitcher. He hit it softly enough.
Well, maybe hitting it to the right side was what the doctor ordered right here. He does hit a 2-hopper to Hill. Hill makes a great flip over to Scudero, but that just great hustle by a young Jordan Zimmermann out of the box gets himself an RBI and his team the lead.
He showed some athletic ability right there.
Yep. Well, he was a football player. I figure he had some wheels when he was playing college football.
All right, here's Guzman, who could make it a big inning. First and third, 2 outs. He's 0 for 2 with a pair of easy fly balls. And he continues to swing at the first pitch. Rod Barajas, the catcher. Not very good at bats by Guzman, who was hot for 2 games in New York. On the Zimmermann ribby, Nats 1-0. misses. Oh, Teddy's going to knock out Tom and go after Honest Abe. Abe's got the life raft. You know, I think Abe should be disqualified because that life raft is not fully blown up. All right, 1-0 Nationals, top of the 5th inning. Jordan Zimmermann on the mound tonight. Rob, outstanding. 77 pitches, 51 strikes. First pitch strikes to 17 of 18 hitters.
Well, he's got great mechanics. We've talked about that a lot. He's got kind of a quick delivery, but the mechanics are impeccable. And his command has been outstanding all night.
And let's hope that
77 pitches, 51 for strikes, and as you said, 17 of 18 first pitch strikes. Now he could be a little bit gassed after sprinting down first base. A little bit humid tonight. See how he fares in this 5th inning.
Top of the order, Marco Scutaro. First pitch breaking ball up. Scutaro lined out to the second baseman Hernandez. Last time up. Zimmermann stays right with that one. Tricky little hop. Aflac trivia talking about center fielders with lots of RBIs, 100 RBI seasons in their first 2 seasons. We know that Vernon Wells of Toronto is one of them.
Junior Willie Mays.
In 02 and 03. Rob Adds, Ken Griffey Jr.
DiMaggio and Simmons.
Oh, how'd we miss those? The Yankee Clipper and the great Al Simmons. We were too contemporary in our thinking.
Well, one of the things that was really cool about Yankee Stadium, they pay a lot of respect to the former players. It's all over the stadium.
Yeah.
The retired numbers and just statues and just really cool things.
Fly ball right center. Elijah Dukes is there. And Vernon Wells, who's 2 for 2, will step in. So Wells on a very, very distinctive list of center fielders with 100 RBI seasons. In his rookie season 02, he hit 23 homers, drove in 100. The next year, he really put it all together, going to his first All-Star game, hitting .317, 33 homers, 117 batted in. Vernon Wells is from Shreveport, Louisiana, originally. His dad, Vernon, was a wide receiver, ironically, in the Canadian Football League.
You're making that stuff up.
You can't make this stuff up.
His dad played in the Canadian Football League.
A lot of good Americans have played in the Canadian.
I'm not saying that, but his dad played in Canada, and he plays for the Blue Jays. I think you made that up.
That's one of those when the sound effects go dun dun dun
dun dun dun.
3-1.
Nice,
that's a good slider.
Ball. Yep.
Yeah.
Nice 3-1 pitch.
Yeah, Wells thought he was all over a fastball. Then it hit the bottom of his bat.
Well, he's had a couple of fastball hits tonight, so may not get a fastball here. Let's check out the delivery on the Exmo. Bringing all that torque towards home, except it's a slider.
Boy, that's serious jammage right there. Ryan Zimmerman has it, and Jordan Zimmermann has pitched halfway through this game beautifully. Zimmerman, Jordan Zimmerman RBI. The Ripken All-Stars, Valley League All-Stars, the Mid-Atlantic Classic, July 15th, less than 4 weeks away up in Waldorf. Catch the Stars of tomorrow or see it all live on Masson HD at 7:05. Home Run Derby, if you attend at 5:30, admission free. They'll take your donation. RipkenSeniorCollegeBaseball.org or 410-588-9900. All right, the Nats are ahead. You can be a little happier than that.
She doesn't look happy. I'm hot. I want to go home in the air conditioning.
She wants Nick to pick here.
Nick to get a hit.
He has one. He's walked and singled tonight, bottom of the 5th. All-time interleague, Blue Jays 8, Nationals 4. It's really kind of an oddity because these teams have played 12 times, but only 3 games have been in Washington for some strange reason. The Nats took 2 of 3 against the Blue Jays at RFK back in 05. Swept at Toronto, a 3-game series in 06. And then the last time the Nationals traveled north of the border in 07, the Blue Jays won 2 out of 3. So it's about time we got these guys back down here. The Toronto-Montreal interleague series used to be a pretty spirited rivalry. Man, they played a lot over the years. A total of 42 games, and the Blue Jays won 23 of them, involving the Expos and the Nats. And Nickel just stepped back from that one. 1-2. Brian Talent pitching a really good game as well. 4 innings, 1 run on 4 hits, 61 pitches, 32 strikes as he entered the bottom of the 5th. Yankees lead 5-1 at Florida. News out of New York had them benching Alex Rodriguez for 2 games to just give him some time off and get things back together. The Nats really pitched him well in that series.
Well, Talent didn't like his last interleague start against the Marlins as Nick hits a single to left field.
You know, that was an interesting swing, Rob.
Yeah.
He inside-outed that ball to left field.
Which normally he takes a way outside pitch and just smacks it over there. He went inside out as he got jammed. 3 1/3, 10 hits, 8 earned runs, Bob, on the 14th of June against the Marlins. So pitching much better against this National League team tonight. You see Nick, as Bob said, on the inside part of the bat.
And just for reference, the Nationals held Alex Rodriguez 0 for 10, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts in that series.
Yeah, he's down around 200, though. I think he's about 212, but that's meaningless. It just really looks like that hip is not 100%. Had that labral tear fixed in spring training. And you know what? A lot of what you do after surgery is rehabilitation, and you start to feel great. And then all of a sudden, you get back. It's not baseball shape. You're in great physical shape. But 5 at-bats and going out there and grinding it out every night, your body takes a beating out there, and maybe he's starting to feel the effects now.
And the one time he did hit the ball really well, Willie Harris saved the day and made that amazing play last night.
That'll upset you.
Adam Dunn waiting. We'll see if the middle of the order can do what they did last night. Guzman, Zimmerman, and Dunn were on base 10 times last night, including their first 9 at-bats.
Well, we got the leadoff guy on right now. I need to do something here, at least get 1, maybe 2 runs right here, start helping Jordan Zimmerman out a little bit.
By the way, you guys might have noticed those umpires sitting behind home plate. We understand they came down from Canada. Look at those guys. That's funny.
I wonder how their strike zone is.
I hope it's bigger than these guys. 3-1. So evidently you can clear customs while wearing a black outfit and a mask.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, if you can't trust an umpire, who can you trust? That's pretty original, guys, have to admit. 3-1 to Zim. He's pumping. That ball's well hit. Left center. And Vernon Wells runs it down.
Yeah, they got a Vernon out there. He can run him down.
He's really good.
Yes, he is.
Vernon Wells won 3 straight Gold Gloves, 04, 05, 06.
Here it is, real speed. Smack right off the bat. Watch Vernon Wells get a great jump and easily pick that sure double off. Cal said, "Yeah, you're my man." Thanks, Vernon.
He caught that ball before he got there because of the jump.
Yeah, right off the crack of the bat. And that's the most difficult thing to do, because if it's off the end of the bat, you got no chance. He timed that perfect.
Here's Adam Dunn rolling, playing up the middle in case they get a ground ball near the bag. That's not a ground ball, but it's way foul. All right, look who ends up with it. It's Beach Bash night. She could have worn that outfit to the beach and she got a baseball. Nice. Adam Dunn 1 for 2 with a base hit up the middle. The Cubs, by the way, won that game against Cleveland 8-7. So another one for the National League today. Cubs scored a run in the 10th to win it. Derek Lee hit 2 homers today. Adam Dunn right off the end of the bat. Scott Rowland just drifting over for it. He'll catch a foul ball after running about 100 feet for that. 2 outs. The Nats were supposed to see Roy Halladay tonight. And Rob, are you glad they didn't?
I did want to see Roy pitch, but not against our team. Look at that. 10 wins, 103 innings pitched. Just he can rack up complete games. One of the best pitchers in the major leagues right there. 10-1 and 14 starts. And he's got a bad groin.
His career record is 141 and 67.
Oh, he's ridiculous.
There's Elijah Dukes. He'll pull it hard on the ground to Scott Rowland. That's it. Leadoff man aboard. That was it for the Nats, stranding Nick Johnson. They've left 7 runners. Top of the 6th. 1-0 Nats. Lead the Blue Jays 1-0 through 5. And we go out for another inning for Jordan Zimmerman. 87 pitches, 57 strikes, and 18 of 21 first pitch strikes. Rob, an update on a graphic we saw in New York.
Well, people wanted to know how well Steve McCatty has been doing since he joined up the Washington Nationals pitching coach. The record is coming along, but look at the earned run average. 2 runs less per game. Batting average is below 40 points less. And then you see the ERA of the starters. These young kids are rookies, but he has had a huge effect on them because he had most of them down in the minor leagues.
Scott Rowland turns that ball around for a base hit, and Rowland now has a 9-game hitting streak, 18 for his last 37.
And one of the things Vice President of Player Development Bob Boone told me today, he said, listen, Steve McCatty is on the same page as Bob Boone with the catching, with the throwing strikes, with the throwing it over the plate. He's like, listen, boys, you got to throw it over that white thing out there 60 feet from you. And Steve McCatty's the same way. Get the ball, throw it over the plate, and see what happens.
Like strike one. Adam Lind, strikeout, ground ball to second.
Bob Boone called it your ace. Throw your ace over the plate and see if they can hit it.
There you go.
And I like what Bob Boone had to say too. He said, listen, 0-2, throw your best pitch right here. Let's see what this guy can do with it. So I think that the simplifying the game plan has really helped the pitching staff.
And in case Adam Lind hits a ground ball, Scott Rowland is one of the best base runners in baseball, despite the fact he's huge and not a real speed guy. I wouldn't want to be having him coming at me on a ground ball. Ought to play off to the left side. He's always been known as a big man who goes first to third really well. But I've seen him. I saw him take out 2 middle infielders on the same ground ball one night on a ball near the second base bag.
Well, look at that face. He looks like a boxer.
He's a tough guy.
An old-time football player that didn't wear a helmet.
He was recruited to play college basketball. He actually signed with Hugh Durham at the University of Georgia before he signed with the Phillies, and Eddie Sutton of Oklahoma State recruited him heavily out of Indiana.
Nah, he could play. He's like an old-time baseball player. I think Pete Rose would be proud to be associated with Rowland.
Yeah, he's tough as nails. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Doesn't say a whole lot. You know, might not be the friendliest guy you've ever met, but I'll tell you what, you'd want 8 Scott Rowlands behind you on defense.
Yeah, and he's healthy again.
Hitting. Oh yeah.
He had him 0-2.
Well, he may be a little gassed from that sprint down the first baseline. He came out this inning, started the inning with 87 pitches thrown in this game.
He's at 95.
I would venture to say that if he can get through this inning, it'll be his last. And not just because of the 100+ pitch total, but he just looks a little bit more tired. Run the bases. It's a little humid. Don't need to push him too hard.
That ball flied to left. Adam Dunn is right there.
And you know something? That looked like a BP fastball.
Tom Browning would be proud.
Oh, if that was a BP fastball, I'm going to try and find out tomorrow, but Tom Browning would be proud. Sometimes when you get behind or you're having trouble getting a guy out, just you don't have to be like Thomas Edison, but throw a BP fastball.
Beautiful night here in our nation's capital as we return home. Debbie Taylor, Rob Dibble, I'm Bob Carpenter, right here on Masson 2. Thousands of our best friends in the ballpark with us tonight, and they're enjoying a good ball game, a well-pitched game, and a beautiful evening. There's a 1-pitch out right at Willie Harris off the bat of Alex Rios. 2 down.
You know what's nice? Not having to see some black clouds over us for a change.
Shh. Bite your tongue.
It was amazing we got that game in last night, though.
I'm surprised someone hasn't emailed in and said, what'd you guys do during the 5.5-hour rain delay yesterday?
Actually, my partner on radio asked me that. Why couldn't you do your radio show?
Because
we were busy eating cheesesteaks and stuff in our faces.
I thought your answer when he said, why couldn't you do it, would be because I could.
No, I would have gotten in trouble if I said that.
I know. Those bosses.
But honestly, did they not keep updating the start time of the game? 3 o'clock, 3:30, 4 o'clock. I mean, they had a new start time every 15 minutes.
Yeah. Outside 101.
All right, reach deep right here, Jordan. Finish this inning. There's the pitch tally.
1 ball, 1 strike to Lyle Overbay, who's walked and reached on the Anderson Hernandez error.
And this guy just hasn't called a strike on the corner all night.
She agrees.
Northrop Grumman, let's see if they agree. Right through the box.
The information systems powerhouse, Northrop Grumman. Another one close, 3-1. Bullpen phone.
No, he's calling up here. He's asking me where that pitch was.
So what's your ringtone when Steve McCaddy calls? Rare.
It's like the bat phone.
They call him Cat.
Oh, I think that's on. That's going to be it for him. I think. Maybe.
Well, that's McCaddy, not Manny. So 2 on, 2 out here in the 6th. Nationals lead 1-0. What a ball game. Nats have out hit the Blue Jays 5-4. Bard, Harris, and Hernandez coming up in the bottom of the 6th. He's at 102 pitches, so 15 in this inning. But it's Rod Barajas, the number 8 hitter. And if somehow he extends the inning and the Blue Jays have not tied the game or taken the lead, Cito Gaston then would have to make that National League decision about whether or not to bat his pitcher, who's pitching very well.
So do you think that Manny Acta, Jim Riggleman, and Steve McCaddy are contemplating trying to get Talley out of the game by walking Barajas right here?
Well, the first base was open, definitely, but
well, third base is open.
I know. Yeah, and you don't want to let this guy beat you.
Exactly. Got 2 outs.
Oh, that's a fastball that was down the middle, but it had enough tail on it to get a little inside near the trademark of that bat. You just cannot let the number 8 man in the National League beat you, and that's what they're talking about right now. There's a big, strong right-handed batter.
Yep, and those are 2 pitches that Barajas knows he could have handled. A fastball up, a slider up, missed both of them. And he is hitting 320 on the road, so he's liking some room service.
That's unusual because in Toronto, it's an indoor stadium with a retractable roof, but the lighting is perfect in there. You will talk to hitters and they see the ball really well there. They've got that goofy artificial surface like they do in Tampa Bay. And that's been a good hitter's park for a long time. Unusual numbers for Rod Barajas, who's been around 11 years. 0-2 pitch. Don't throw it over the heart of the plate.
Nice.
Kid's got a pretty hard slider. He'll go 86 to 87 or so with that slide piece. That's about what Talent throws his fastball.
I like you're using slang now. You've been around me long enough to where you're starting to say slide piece and jammage. And I don't want to change the vocabulary too much.
I'm still not getting a tattoo. I'm sorry.
Get up. Oh.
Hernandez can't get it. Scott Rowland's going to score. Maybe he does. That kills you in the National League when you let the number 8 hitter do that. He got it off the end of the bat. It was not right over the plate, but sometimes that happens.
Well, let's see if they're taking down Talley.
Yeah, Cito Gaston's going to pull his pitcher out of this game. Just a little flare beyond the reach of Anderson Hernandez. And this was evidently a decision made by the Blue Jays pretty late after that happened. And it'll be Joe Inglet, a left-handed hitting infielder.
Boy, that really hurts.
Inglet, a former teammate of Ryan Church, Lyle Overbay, and Chad Qualls at the University of Nevada, Reno.
That's gonna do it for Jordan.
Yep, it's a shame he couldn't get through this inning. The 2-out walk to Overbayhurt, and the Blue Jays have tied the game. So Zimmerman cannot win his third major league game. He could be the loser. It'll be up to the bullpen to keep those inherited runners from scoring. But a good outing for Jordan Zimmerman. 106 pitches, 69 strikes. Now he needs some help from his friends in the bullpen. Rapid rewind. Jordan Zimmerman's night. He would go 5 2/3. Strike out just 3. Walk 3. Not his usual strikeout to walk ratio, but it took him 106 pitches. He got his first major league RBI on a fielder's choice ground ball, beating it out, driving in Josh Bard. And AT&T honoring Jordan Zimmerman. It's the nation's fastest 3G network, AT&T. Your world delivered.
Well, and Bob, 106 pitches, 69 for strikes, 23 first pitch strikes, but he looked gassed after he ran out that single or fielder's choice for the RBI. He limited one of the best offensive clubs in the American League, 5 hits through 5 2/3 innings. Now it's up to the bullpen to save the day here. He can't get a win, but he put his team in position to win, and that's more important than anything that Jordan Zimmerman can do, especially a team that went in and swept the Philadelphia Phillies.
Yeah. Well, your point's well taken, because Jabba Chamberlain got a quality start last night.
Yep.
3 runs, 7 hits, 4 walks in 6 innings, and he left trailing 3-0. But it's a quality start. Here's Joe Inglet. Fastball up, fly ball to left. Adam Dunn.
Squeeze it.
Nice. That's a way to get out of an inning. It'll be a no decision for Jordan Zimmerman, and the Blue Jays are back even.
For the Blue Jays, 1 run on 2 hits with no errors.
Kraft had talked before the game about how sometimes it's the little things that can really make a difference, even something as simple as moving guys over on ground balls.
This year we worked a lot on advancing on balls on the dirt, which is something that we want to improve upon, because it was big when back in the Expos days, and we spoke to Marquise about it, and we've seen the results. But you know, it's gradual improvement that we're making.
And I spoke to Marquise before the game about this very thing, and he said it's something they've worked on since spring training. The key is for the players to get a good secondary lead, be smart, be alert, and reaction is key. He also said, too, that it is these little things that can take a team to the next level as far as winning. Bob, Rob.
Thank you, Debbie. It always helps when your reliever comes out of the bullpen and shuts down a rally, in this case on one pitch by Kip Wells. That leads to Jesse Carlson, 28-year-old lefty out of New Britain, Connecticut, for Toronto. He pitched in 60 ball games last year, had a good 2.25 ERA. He did pitch yesterday against the Phillies, and he's sporting a higher ERA this year, 4.88. Nats box score rolling by at the top of your screen, and Josh Bart 0 for 1 with a walk and the Nats only run. Battle of the bullpens now the rest of the way. And Rob, you know, Kip Wells, as you well know, doesn't have too many quick innings. That was real nice to see him get an out on one pitch.
Yes, it was.
So Jordan Zimmermann will get a no decision in his 11th major league start. Carlson a little herky-jerky on that left-handed delivery, but he's gone 3-0 on Josh Bard, who's walked once tonight. On the year, Josh has struck out 10 times, walked 7. Willie Harris is next. Three and one. Pitch, emergency hack, and Josh stays alive. Other teams from our division in play tonight. Phillies are hosting the Orioles, 4-2 Baltimore in the bottom of the 6th at Philadelphia. I mentioned the Marlins trailing the Yankees. It's still 5-1 there. The Mets at home lead Tampa Bay 4-0. Atlanta 6-0 at Boston. Josh Bard down the line. What do you think? It's just to the left of the foul pole. At the 3:36 mark, he was flirting with his second home run of the year.
Carlson tried to get this fastball down Broadway, and actually it's a breaking ball down and in to the sweet spot in Josh Bard's swing. He just got lucky with that one.
Did he go? Yes, he did. James Hoy punches him out from first. One out here in the 6th. Let's see what the guys behind the plate called it.
Very good 3-2 breaking ball, and the dorks behind home plate. Yep. They rung him up.
Oh my gosh.
All right. I thought it was funny when the Yankees were playing the Blue Jays up in Toronto, but now you're starting to follow the Blue Jays around with those outfits.
You know, I'm not laughing at them. I'm laughing at you watching them.
What? Because I'm getting irritated?
I like it. I love this.
I wouldn't mind if they were ringing up the other team, but now they're ringing up our guys.
Yeah.
Look at that. And now they even have ball. They have ball bags. The guy pulled the ball out of his bag and is going to throw it out on the field.
Police.
Hey. Got good seats, though. Got to know somebody down there.
I'm pretty sure umpire's gear does not get you automatically into the President's Club. 2 balls and a strike to Willie Harris. Pulled a double first time. Second time, pardon me, after grounding out to second.
Can't be easy eating a steak through that mask either.
Right. Willie had a good rip. A lot of quiet bats on the ball club right now. It was the pitching and the defense that saved the day at Yankee Stadium. Some tight ball games down in St. Petersburg. Nats could have won 1 or 2 of those with some key outs here and there. And that's a breaking ball way outside. 3-2. Another long count. Carlson 6'1", 160. He originally signed by Detroit. 15th round in 02. Willie trying to serve one left field. Carlson has pitched in organizations for Detroit, Houston, the Blue Jays twice, around some time in Texas. (3-2). That'll be a base runner. Willie Harris ducks back from a fastball high and tight. 1 on 1 out. Anderson Hernandez used to play in Queens, but when the Nats went to the Bronx, Robbie had a really nice series.
Yeah, he had that 3-run home run off CC Sabathia that almost got the Nationals a win in game 1 of the series. But then on defense, he was tremendous in a fill-in role. Ronnie Belliard, a late scratch yesterday. Just check out the defense there.
One of the 2 double plays Mike McDougal threw for saves.
Some tremendous efforts by our young players.
So here's Anderson, runner on, 1 out, a runner with speed, but it's a left-handed pitcher. Willie Harris has stolen 4 bases this year without being caught. He swiped 13 out of 16 for the Nationals last year. Pitcher spot due next, and there's a pinch hitter near the on-deck circle. Willie started, then stopped. And ball 1 to Hernandez, who's walked and been in, or rather singled tonight. And there's Austin Kearns. Rick Eckstein told me today that Austin Kearns is so close to getting hits. He's really pleased with some of his at-bats this past road trip. He hit that ball last night 405 feet. That Brent Gardner caught up against the wall, injuring himself. So Eckstein's not at all reluctant to see Austin Kearns in there hacking. And if he says so, that's good enough for me, because he can tell when a hitter's just about getting back to where he should be. Now it's 3-0. I think Rick is one of those guys who really takes it personally when his guys aren't going well. And he's going to do anything he can to get it going.
All right, let's check out Carlson's delivery now. If you're at first base, if that front foot crosses that line, you can take off, because he will be going to the plate. Right there, he's just on that border. You don't want to take off, because then he can throw to first. And then you see if he does a balk move and does bring that front leg behind the rubber and that imaginary line, you cut it off by walking towards the runner. It kind of is a little bit of a deception.
3-1. Runner goes. Swing and a miss. Throw on time. Willie Harris is out. And the Nats continue to have a very poor stolen base percentage. They've stolen 21 this year and now been caught 15 times.
Well, you break on first movement. As soon as he lifts that front leg and starts his delivery, you take off. And it's an excellent throw right here by Barajas. As Willie Harris, good jump, good tag by Aaron Hill. Got him by a step.
3-2. Rod Barajas now 12 for 40 against opposing base runners. So the Nats need a runner again. There's another walk.
All right.
Kearns up here in the 6th.
Let's check out Mr. Carlson on the Exmo. 500 frames per second. Let's check this out. Breaks the leg, comes up, tucks. Got that deceptive delivery. Very cool. That's just some great stuff. I don't know if he's strong enough to lift that glove up, is he? It's a big old glove for a 160-pound man. I'm just kidding.
Tonight's copyrighted telecast, presented by authority of the Washington Nationals, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the expressed written consent of the Washington Nationals. Austin Kearns is 10 for his last 74. But a big spot to help his team right here. He hits for Kip Wells, who threw one pitch, got out of that 6th inning jam. And I'm sure over on the Toronto side, they're lamenting the fact that they had to take their starter out after 5 really good innings because they pinch hit for him here in the National League ballpark.
Well, Austin's been hitting the ball very hard. He hasn't had a lot of results, but in New York, he hit the ball on the line.
Yes, he did. And Rick Eckstein said he could just see Austin getting closer and closer. A respectable, more than a respectable career pinch hitting average of .262. Josh Willingham is scheduled to rejoin the Nationals tomorrow. Now, after a week off, it might take Josh a while to be ready to go out and, as Rob says, grind out 4 or 5 at bats. But when he's ready, this might be Kearns' role on this ball club, unless he really starts lighting it up. That ball high in the air, deep center. How far? It is up against the wall, caught by Vernon Wells. Eerily similar to the distance Kearns hit one in New York last night. It's 1-1 still into the 7th. Book your next trip at Southwest.com. And by Acura. Acura Advance. Beautiful night in our nation's capital and an old-time baseball game. It's 1-1 after 6 innings. Each team low hit total. And all the pitchers, relievers, starters, you name it, getting the job done. But, Rob, you and I talked about this several weeks ago. We were wanting to play games like this, not 12-9 every night.
Well, and this just means that you're into the ball game. You're getting some well-pitched innings out of your starters. Now the bullpen's contributing, and now you know what? Hey, you're being shut down by the opponent. But this is how you win ball games. You have to win one-run ball games if you're going to be competitive in baseball. And so, in general, this team wasn't playing very well. We were getting blown out and always trying to chase down 5-run, 6-run leads. Now we're in ball games, a lot more fun to watch, a lot more fun to broadcast too.
And the defense is better. This is baseball, really. I mean, you know, we all dig the long ball and the doubles and the RBIs, but you can't go through a whole season playing like the Nationals were, because who's going to be able to pick their arm up over their shoulder by the 1st of August?
No, and we've talked about it the entire season. They were much too talented to play the entire year the way they had been playing. They were losing a lot of ball games because they were beating themselves. And Manny Actis said that himself. He said, listen, we were just beating ourselves on defense, and now we're playing better defense and getting better pitched innings by the staff.
Top of the 7th, top of the order for the Jays, Julian Tavares. Tavares, a third of an inning in New York last night, getting a key out late. Marco Scutaro for 3. Manny talked about this bullpen today. They brought in a lot of veteran guys. We saw a total transition from young to not so young as April turned into May, and the results were not immediate, but lately they've been much better. 2-1 from Tavares. One hopper. Zimmerman was playing shallow like you do on a leadoff guy. 1 out.
Sunday go to meet and hop. Very nice.
Julian Tavares, 36 years of age. Dirk Hayhurst throwing for the Blue Jays.
Oh, what a great baseball name. Hey, Dirk Hayhurst.
And Ron Vallone. That's a pretty good baseball name, too. Ron told me he really enjoyed going to Yankee Stadium this past series. Grew up a Yankee fan. His family actually from the Bronx before they went to Jersey. Half swing and a foul. Aaron Hill 1 for 3 tonight with an infield hit off the glove of Jordan Zimmerman. One of the best hitters in the American League this year. 91 hits. If he gets another hit tonight, he'll have his 29th multi-hit game, and nobody in baseball has had more. That's well hit left center. Dunn playing way off the line, and that's great advanced scouting by the Nats. Adam Dunn was playing 100 feet off the line, and if he's not, that's a double.
As Bob said, the defense was set up perfectly by the advanced scouting of whoever was checking out the Blue Jays. Adam Dunn only had to run a few steps to pick off that line drive.
And we understand that was Wade Taylor for this series.
Very cool.
Yeah, a little birdie told us.
Debbie's hubby. Nice job.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah, what did he say about the pitching? How are we supposed to hit them? I'm beating Debbie up on the pitching here.
Whoa.
That's not good.
That's up and into
Vernon Wells.
Vernon Wells, who had 2 hits tonight, and down he went. That was not a breaking ball.
This is just some chin music right here.
Well, has not been hit by a pitch this year. So he's not a guy who's normally out there diving. Unless nobody in the American League wants to throw inside anymore.
Well, and he does have a couple of hits tonight, but he has not been swinging the bat really well. We don't want to wake Vernon up.
Yeah. He was a #1 pick by the Jays back in '97 out of Bowie High School, Arlington, Texas. Pretty good career.
Oh, there's a little history.
These two have a history, don't they?
Yep. 7 for 16 with a home run.
Wells helps by swinging at ball 2.
Well, and watch how that pitch inside sets this up on the Northrop Grumman. Watch his front side open up. and go back towards his own dugout. Watch this. And that was all set up by the inside pitch.
Yeah, when you can read his jersey during the swing.
Yeah.
Two here, dangerous hitter.
Vernon has lit up the Nationals quite well too. 345 with 9 home runs.
Yeah, I think I remember him wearing our guys out in those 2 series in Toronto, 06 and 07. Counts 2-2 now with the bases empty and 2 outs. Frick and Frack. They don't do much when Toronto's batting, do they? 2-2. Got him on a hard sinker, down and away. Wells slamming his bat and his helmet into the dirt. 7th inning stretch time at Nationals Park in our nation's capital. You know, these guys are supposed to be impartial. Tomorrow, 7 o'clock on Masson 2. Brett Cecil, another lefty, and he's from Dunkirk, Maryland, the age of 22. He's 2-1. And then for the Nationals, another lefty. Boy, Southpaws rule. Ross Detweiler still looking for that first major league win. Nats are winless in his start, 6 of them. We'll get you going at 6:30. Johnny Holiday and Phil Wood, Nats Extra.
I've been told that Cecil went to DeMatha High School in the area.
Home of one of the nation's greatest basketball programs under the longtime brilliance of Morgan Wooten. Dirk Hayhurst.
Now pitching Dirk Hayhurst.
Did you ever do any PA announcing? You sound like you have.
Only in the shower.
No singing, eh?
Now getting into the shower, Rob Dibble. Dibble getting into the shower.
Ah, look at that. I love seeing families at the ballpark. Is she adorable?
Yep.
Wow. Here we go, bottom 7. Top of the order. Guzman's been first pitch swinging all night, and he takes one a foot high.
And just be a little late with the feeding one time and see how quiet that baby is.
Babies are just like managers. They just want you to be on time.
Very nice.
On time and get your work done. Guzman's hit the ball in the air 3 times tonight. Well, he had quite a series in New York. Christian Guzman, 6 for 14 in that series, scoring a couple of runs, playing really good defense, maybe the best sequence of defense we'd seen from him this year. 2-1. Nick Johnson, perfect night. A walk and 2 singles. By the way, Nick with 19 multi-hit games on the year now. Zimmerman to follow. Maybe Adam Dunn here. Guzman right side. Overbay to the pitcher. He's late, and Guzman is safe. Hayhurst did not beat Guzman to the bag.
I think he forgot to get over there.
And Cito Gaston doesn't like the call.
Yeah, Cito Gaston's going to argue this, but I don't think he's got much of an argument. Watch Dirk knock it off the mound. Oh, I forgot to get over there. The ball's hit to the right side. You've got to field your position. Does not beat Christian to the bag. Nope, he got to the bag first. Here's our Exmo camera right there.
Guzman beats him. Wow.
Just by a spike.
That's a great replay, guys. And if I was Cito Gaston, I might have a word from my pitcher on the way back to the dugout.
It's a brain cramp right there by a pitcher, though. You deliver it, you're like, oh, yeah, I got him to hit the grounder. Oh, I better get over to first base. You have to know if your first baseman is playing deep on that play.
That could be.
Overbay was behind the bag.
That could be the defining moment of this game, depending on what the Nats do now.
Oh, I hope so.
Come on. Leadoff man, bottom 7, aboard in a 1-1 game.
Make it sting.
Nick Johnson started the night at 306. He's at 312 now. Nick Johnson has 73 hits this year. With nearly 100 games left, he's on a wonderful pace. 101. That's a breaking ball. Really good play by Rod Barajas. That was filthy for the catcher to deal with right there.
Barajas was part of that championship team with Arizona in 2001. Caught Kurt Schilling, caught Randy Johnson. A very good defensive catcher.
Nick Johnson deep to center. How far is this one going? Off the wall. Guzman to third.
Hold him.
It'll be second and third. Nobody out.
All right.
Karam played perfectly by Vernon Wells, and Nick Johnson jacks one 400 plus. It'll be second and third with the big guns coming up. And Nick Johnson's 3 for 3.
And you watch how smooth this swing is right here, and he hits the barrel of the bat perfectly, but he doesn't try to overswing and hit a home run. He just tries to hit line drives, and that ball jumps off his bat 400 feet from home plate. No reason to try to score with no outs, second and third, and the middle of your order coming up. Great job by Nick.
This will be interesting to see how they pitch to Zimmerman. Righty-righty matchup. Infield in. Not all the way in. A little bit deeper on the left side with Rowland and Scutaro. And Ryan Zimmerman 0 for 3. He's hit a fly ball to every outfielder tonight and looking for his 44th RBI, maybe more. Chance for the Nats to take charge of this game in the 7th. Fastball, hard sinker inside. Let's go Nats, they're chanting. And a slider, chop foul. Everywhere I went in the ballpark today, people were stopping me and talking about those 2 games in New York. It makes me wonder how many more are in this crowd tonight that might have stayed home had the Nationals not made a great showing at Yankee Stadium. Signs popping up, fans having fun. There was just a different feeling down on the field today. Debbie agrees with me for batting practice. You could just feel it after the Nats won 2 straight games over the Yankees.
Do you agree with him? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought he was lying again.
I'm not making this stuff up.
Oh, come on.
You can't make this stuff up.
I still don't believe Vernon Wells' dad played in the CFL.
1-2 to Zimmerman. Breaking ball taken, 2-2.
What team?
Now, if it was the Toronto Argonauts, that would really be ironic. I'll have to do further research on that team.
Toronto Argonauts.
You are killing me.
Is it the Calgary Stampeders?
I used to love the Montreal Alouettes.
That's right, the Alouettes. Who are the Rough Riders? Saskatchewan?
Yeah. 2-2 to Zimmerman. Good take. They're not going to throw him a fastball down the middle. Now the Blue Jays do have another left-hander in their bullpen. He's someone we know pretty well.
Well, Rod Barajas is a very wide man, and you see him lean the chest forward, keep it in front. Going to be hard to get it by that man.
But B.J. Ryan is not warming up right now. It's Sean Camp, a right-hander.
Sometimes refer to the catcher as a backstop, and that is definitely a backstop right there.
Zimmerman's going to be called out on strikes on a breaking ball that caught the outside corner, according to Brian Gorman. Now they could walk at him. Done.
Now this is a filthy slider right here. Hayhurst just breaks that right off over the plate. Too close to not swing at.
Yeah, that was 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock there.
Our guys have to start swinging when they're got 2 strikes on them, not looking for walks, especially the 3, 4, 5 guys.
And they have to walk at him. Done now.
Yeah. Well, and now you set up the double play, the force, because Adams not a speedy base runner. So now Elijah Dukes is going to have to do some damage here.
It'll be Dukes 0 for 3. And here's a freeze can from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. It's frost brewed.
Christian Guzman, this is nothing but hustle right here that gets him a base hit. Beating Hayhurst to the bag. And let's freeze it there for the Coors Light freeze frame. Got it. Just by a spike. Here's your Coors Light freeze it.
All right, wheels turning here in the bottom of the 7th. Nats still a great chance to take the lead thanks to Nick Johnson's 3 hits tonight. Southwest Airlines. Book your next trip at southwest.com. And by PNC Bank. PNC leading the way. Beautiful night at the ballpark and a great time for the Nationals to muscle their way to a lead here. We'll see if they can do it against these Blue Jays, one of the really good teams in the American League. Sean Kemp, 33-year-old right-hander, former Kansas City Royal, Tampa Bay Ray, and 40 games with Toronto last year. And a former George Mason pitcher out of Robinson High School in Fairfax. Here's Elijah Dukes. That was a slider. There they are, the whole family.
Nowhere to put them.
Guzman, Johnson, Dunn aboard. Zimmerman struck out. Elijah Dukes came into the game 300 this year with runners in scoring position. Fastball runs right back to the outer half.
Well, Camp throws sidearm, and he's going to bring this as a two-seam fastball. Watch it sink back over the plate. What we would call Laredo.
This is a battle now.
You gotta be ready for anything if you're Elijah.
Tried the same pitch, missed a little bit, blown away with it. One game. Nats have out hit the Blue Jays 7-5. Bottom of the seventh. Fighting another good AL East team here, pitch for pitch. Good take by Elijah. Ball two. And now the situation has turned itself around because Camp does not want to go to 3-2. Josh Bard, switch hitting catcher on deck. The Nationals want that scoreboard to change right here with one out. Got him on a front door slider. The Nationals have made 2 outs this inning by not swinging at 3-2 pitches. That was nasty.
Well, he comes around the side, but he gets on top of it really nice. It comes back down, and Barajas actually has trouble with it. Here's the grip. You see him get on top of it. Look at the spin. Barajas almost missed it. That was crazy. Well, when you throw sidearm, your ball will do a lot of different things. It moves everywhere. Not easy for a right-handed hitter. A little bit different, though, with Josh Bard coming up there, hitting left-handed. Those balls that were going away and down from Elijah Dukes are some really nice pickings for a left-handed hitter.
Josh Bard 0 for 2 with a walk. That roundhouse breaking ball stays just off the back door.
Actually, pitching coach for the Los Angeles Angels, Mike Butcher, suggested that Camp move his fingers together when throwing that two-seam fastball, which gives it that late break.
2-0. That's way outside. The Nats have scored 1 run on a fielder's choice grounder tonight. Now it's a 3-0 pitch with the bases loaded.
Well, I think if you're Bard right here, you got to make him throw 2 strikes. Well, if he just lays in another fastball like there, though, you got to crush that thing. You can hit a grand slam.
Josh Bard, 1 homer, 8 RBIs this year. He's had a great month of June, hitting nearly .320. Three and 2. Man, that is some moving, dipping fastball, even to a left-handed batter. Well, there's been no contact here. There's been 2 outs made without a swing. That's going to be a strike on a fastball that was real close to being up and in. Brian Gorman calls him out. 3 called third strikes. Nats. Come on out June 23rd, T-shirt Tuesday. It'll be the Nats and the Red Sox this coming Tuesday. First 10,000 fans get a free patriotic Curly W T-shirt presented by Hard Times Cafe. Limited seating available. The tickets have gone fast for this one. Drop by Nationals.com. By the way, grandstand seating available day of game only at the Team Box Store office starting at 4:35 p.m. You can call the Nats at 202-675-NATS for more info. It's time to get your Blue Jays tickets and get them fast. Scott Rowland, top of the 8th. Blue Jays leaving after Sunday's game. Sox in for 3 Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And Rowland led off the 6th inning with a base hit to left. He scored the Blue Jays' only run tonight. I'm not sure I've ever seen 3 called third strikes in such a situation. Boy, that Camp, his ball moves all over the place. So does Tavares when he's throwing well. These two former teammates with a championship ball club in St. Louis. They know each other pretty well. Calgary Stampeders, by the way.
Calgary Stampeders.
Where Vernon Wells II played. This Vernon Wells is
Did somebody email you
Vernon
that?
Wells III. No, I found it myself.
All right.
I don't have his stats, so don't ask me. That's a good slider just off the plate. 2-2. Waiting is Adam Lind, and then Alex Rios here. Right off the end of the bat. Guzman there. Oops. Guzman's 9th error of the year. The Nationals' 2nd of the night. 63rd of the year in ball game number 65. We really don't want the ball club to come home from a good finish of a road trip and play like that.
Well, he had a little bit too much time. We've talked about this with Ryan Zimmerman. Waiting. You should be charging the ball. And you wait with an open glove, and it drops right in front of you.
Tavares deserves better. He pitched an inning and a third. Should have retired 5 batters in a row. Nats deeper into their bullpen now with Ron Vallone. Adam Linden for the Blue Jays. A runner aboard in the 8th. Nobody out. Lind is 0 for 3. Ron Vallone, a scoreless 3rd of an inning in New York last night with a strikeout of Matsui and a walk of Jorge Posada. And then Tavares came in, got a big out, and the Nats went on to a 3-0 win. When the Nationals gave up that run in the 6th inning, it ended a shutout streak of 14 innings by the pitching staff. They hadn't given up a run since Johnny Damon's solo home run in the bottom of the 9th inning Wednesday night. Adam Lind fishing upstairs, 1-2. Good hitter Alex Rios next. That'll be popped up out behind Anderson Hernandez. And then Dukes will come in to call him off. Well, that ball took a while to come down. That's the first out here in the 8th. Johnny Holiday, Phil Wood. Nats extra all weekend long from here at the ballpark. A very good outing by Jordan Zimmerman. 5 2/3 tonight. Only a run on 5 hits. Manny Acta's post-game thoughts and a preview of Game 2 featuring Ross Detweiler still hunting that first major league win. Ross will make his 7th big league start tomorrow. Here's Alex Rios.
Well, took Craig Stammen 5 starts and then into his 6th start to get that first big league win against a very tough Yankees offense. And hopefully Ross Detweiler can do the same now against the Toronto Blue Jays. Get up for the competition, so to speak. Nice job last night, Craig.
The last time a team had pitched that well in New York against the Yankees was the Rangers at the end of June last year. They gave up 3 earned runs in a series, winning one run in each game. And the Nationals did just as well and took 2 out of 3. No runs last night, 2 runs on Wednesday. And the Nats also gave up 2 unearned runs in Game 1 the night before. This ball will be out of play to the right side. Alex Rios 0 for 3 tonight. Well, that's a good low strike. If you're looking for a ground ball, that was a good pitch. And the count's even 2-2 with 1 out.
Just at the knees. See the frame from Josh Bard. Sometimes when you pull the ball back up, though, the umpires won't call a strike because you move your glove too much.
19 runners stranded in a 1-1 game. First team to break through and get a 2-out hit's going to win this thing. And we'll see now if Cito Gaston starts. Scott Rowland, who I mentioned earlier, is a very good base runner.
Backdoor slider right here by Vallone, just a little bit too far outside the box. Rios hitting .232 on the road this year and .324 up in Toronto. 1 home run on the road, 8 at home.
Rowland holding on a foul ball.
So where Barajas loves the road, Rios doesn't.
And Joel Hanrahan, who hasn't pitched in many close games lately.
John Lannon's roommate, we learned that last night. Thanks to Debbie Taylor. I don't know if I'd let her go through my drawers and stuff, though, when I was a single guy.
3-2 pitch. Oh, that's trouble. Right field line. Scott Rowland heading for third. Dukes makes a good play to cut it off. It'll be second and third, 1 out. Now the error really hurts. That's quite an at-bat by Alex Rios.
3-2 fastball away. Rios goes with it. Good piece of hitting by him. He's trying to stay alive and make contact, and Elijah Dukes does a very nice job sliding to cut that ball off. Get it back in as quickly as possible.
Boy, when you couple this together with the bottom of the 7th, this has been a rough 20 to 25 minutes. The Nats had the bases loaded, 1 out after second and third, nobody out. And now the Blue Jays will see if they can cash in a similar situation here in the top of the 8th.
No, you can't give good teams extra chances.
Front door breaking ball up and into Lyle Overbay. He's 0 for 1 with a pair of walks.
Overbay hitting just .200 against left-handed pitchers this year. All of his power is against right-handers. 7 home runs against righties, 1 against left-handers.
That'll be foul, strike 2. Right-handed hitting, Rod Barajas on deck. That's why Hanrahan's ready. Lefty-lefty matchup here as the Nats try to get a big second out. Two and two.
Barajas is hitting .340 against left-handed pitchers and only .250 against righties. 28 strikeouts versus 5. So I doubt that Valone will face Barajas. It's up to Ron Valone. This is one of your last pitches of the night. Make it a good one.
Hitter and pitcher taking their sweet time here.
Well, I've talked to Ron Valone a lot about this. He likes to slow the tempo down, but if it's a very slow game, he will speed it up. He likes to control that tempo to his own. Make it his own.
2-2. That's a fastball up and in. If you can get this out, you have the number 8 spot, and then force Cito Gaston's hand in the number 9 hole. He only has right-handed batters left. And the way Sean Kemp was throwing the ball, wouldn't mind seeing him sometime later this weekend and no more tonight. He struck out Dukes and Bard. Here's a 3-2 from Valone to Overbay. Ball 4, bases loaded. And now you've got to bring in the right-hander. And quite frankly, a right-hander who has struggled mightily lately in pressure situations, Joel Hanrahan. So only 1 out registered by Valone. Double switch coming. Dukes out of the game, so the pitcher is batting 5th and Patterson 9th. The pitcher is Joel Hanrahan. High ERA, 0-3, 5 saves, but 4 blown, and a 32 over 12 strikeout to walk total.
Joel last pitched on the 12th. 1 inning, couple of hits, 1 strikeout, no runs through 20 pitches. Before that against Cincinnati on the 10th, an inning of work. Nothing after that.
Wow.
So really 31 pitches in the last week.
And being hittable's been the big thing. 325 opponents average. Joel has given up 40 hits in 28 innings. Like we said, the strikeout to walk numbers not that bad, 32 over 12. So here's Barajas. Corner infields even with their bags. Middle infielders double play depth, and a badly needed strike 1. Ground ball. Zimmerman home for 1. That's a great decision. Saves first base. And the Nats cannot buy a close call, and Manny Acta wants to talk about it with James Hoy.
I think we got the dude at first. We got Barajas. That's just, I think that's a makeup call, even though he got the call right earlier on Christian Guzman. Wow, this is a great play right here by Ryan Zimmerman. He knows the play's to home. Cut off that go-ahead run. Yeah. This is pretty close, but I think we got him at first. Great play by Zim. Great throw.
Ryan knew that ball was hit too softly to turn a double play the conventional way.
Yes. So he took the sure out at home to at least cut off the go-ahead run and try to double up the slower running Rod Barajas. Well, Joel Hanrahan, you got that big second out. Now you got to get yourself and your team out of this jam.
Against a very experienced guy who knows all about baseball in these parts. Former Marlin, Red Sox, and Oriole, Kevin Millar.
A very clutch performer right here. So if you're Joel, though, and you want more work, you got to get some outs. Attaboy, pump it in there, get ahead.
Kevin Millar this year is 0 for 7 as a pinch hitter. 248 with 4 homers, 21 RBIs. It's now Rios at third, over base second, Barajas first. Oh, and 2. He's been great in situations like this, but I'd say most of those numbers did not come when the count was 0-2. Fastball, fly ball. Gotta be caught. Willie Harris. And Joel Hanrahan might have just saved the game in the 8th inning. We shall see.
Nice. piece. Follow the Nats on your iPhone and iPod Touch with MLB.com at Bat 2009, featuring play-by-play, video highlights, and live audio broadcasts. Visit Nationals.com on your iPhone or iPod Touch to purchase. Well, this is the bottom of the 7th inning. Bases loaded, no outs, 3-2 pitch to Zim. Got him. The 2-2 pitch to Dukes. Got him on the break. And then the high 3-2 pitch to Josh Bard. You saw the earlier strikes that were thrown by Camp. Now Jeremy Accardo comes in the game, Bob.
That save was yesterday in Philadelphia. Accardo has been hurt for part of this year. He has 38 major league saves, 30 of them with the Blue Jays 2 years ago when he was lights out. 4 wins, 2.14 ERA, 57 strikeouts, only 24 walks, but he's had some injury issues since then. He had a forearm strain last year that took him out the remainder of the season after May 10th. So it's been a road back for this once very hard thrower.
A lot of times, if it's just some kind of little mechanical flaw or injury to another part of your body, can start breaking down your arm, and that's what's happened to Accardo over the last few years.
Well, let's see if a big confidence boost for Joel Hanrahan can turn into a Nats victory here. Bottom of the order, Harris, Hernandez, and Patterson. Interesting, these 3 hitters, they're all similar, aren't they? Left-handed hitters, speed to burn. Willie Harris takes a fastball in there.
And they got to make him stop. He's a quick worker, and he'll try to get ahead of you and then go to the forkball. So make him work at your pace when you're hitting. See him already ready up on the mound.
Willie Harris 1 for 2 tonight, a double and a walk, caught stealing in the 6th.
There's the fork piece. As you would think, and this goes back a couple of years, but in 2007 against 124 left-handed hitters, held them to a 161 average with that forkball with no home runs. Now, righties, because he can't throw that forkball, hit 250 with 4 homers in 124 at-bats.
That's a hard breaking ball down and in that got him. Almost had a cutter type.
It might have been a cutter. Well, a guy used to throw high 90s, and that is a cutter.
Here's Hernandez.
Holding the ball off center, throwing it just like a fastball, but the grip makes it slide out like a football. That's exactly what we left up there when Mariano Rivera only pitched 1 game, 1 appearance.
And a bunt, but it's too close to the pitcher. 2 outs.
Nice idea, though. He continues to impress me with his thought process and his approach at the plate. He knows we need a run right here.
And the last time the Nationals scored an earned run after the 5th inning was Thursday, June 11th. And a 3-2 win over the Reds in the final game of the last homestand. Maniacta's offense has totally disappeared in the second half of ball games. Since then, 1 unearned run after the 5th inning of any game. 2 outs, bases empty. Here's Corey Patterson. And a pitch up fouled.
Well, this would be a great time for Corey Patterson to break out that big whip and stick for a home run.
He's done it 104 times in his career. This may be a situation more suited for that approach than usual.
2 outs. Guy's way ahead of you, nobody on base.
That's a great swing.
Boy.
Corey Patterson with his second base hit as a Nat.
Now that's as good as a double.
He could be running. Now this is interesting because Guzman steps in. He's not a patient hitter. So if you're going to send the runner, you're going to have to send him early in the count. And then you have a left-handed batter and a right arm of a catcher real close to each other.
No, and we talked about this with Corey Patterson. He could stick with this ball club, especially on his defense. If he hits a little bit, he's going to be in the lineup. Goes the other way really well with that pitch. That was a great approach.
It was. He can fly. He's inching off. Holding.
Ugh.
And a generous strike call. Christian Guzman 1 for 4 tonight with an infield hit. We thought the Nats were in business when he beat it out with the pitcher. Hayhurst slow covering in the 7th. Nick Johnson doubled. Bases were loaded with 1 out. Nats didn't score. Runner started, then stopped, and now it's 0-2.
Well, now you don't want to distract Christian Guzman. It's a good pitch to run on right here, but Christian's got to try to put the ball in play. Best case scenario, a nice double down the line either way.
Yeah, and I don't care what the situation is. Send the runner. Make him put 2 good throws together.
That is an excellent percentage right there.
Oh, 2. He's running. Up and away with a pitch. He is in there.
Yeah, nice job.
How about Christian Guzman taking a pitch on 0-2 that didn't miss by that much and helping his guy get to second base?
As you said, Christian, not a very patient hitter, does take an 0-2 pitch right there. You can't teach speed, and it never goes out of style. And that throw just came up right there, which actually helped Corey slide under the tag.
Guzman with a tapper foul. Corey Patterson, just 2 years ago, stole 37 bases for the Orioles. The year before that, he stole 45 and tied for 3rd in the American League with Ichiro. He was the 4th Oriole to ever steal 40. So he's had speed. Only Aparicio, Bunbury, and Brady Anderson had done that. Here's a 1-2 to Goose. Wow, what kind of hack was that?
That was an emergency protection hack.
Glad he got some ash on that.
A little too close to the unmentionables.
One game. This would be huge. Nats warming in the bullpen. Hanrahan's in the game. Beimel is throwing. He changed up on him and struck him out. Well, the Nats are having contact problems here in the second half of this game. 1-1 into the 9th. the Red Sox. If you haven't bought your tickets for Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, act now. Not many left. Top 9, Joel Hanrahan still in the game. Top of the order for the Blue Jays. Marco Scutaro 0 for 4. Aaron Hill 1 for 4. And then Vernon Wells, who's had 2 hits. Two hops to Guzman. Nice belt high hop. That's how the 9th starts. Marco Scutaro, I would imagine, hasn't had many 0 for 5s this year. He was 5 for his last 7 coming into this game. And I think one of the emerging stories of the Nationals pitching staff this week is how they have handled some of the league's very best hitters. Mark Teixeira, Alex Rodriguez, and tonight Marco Scutaro. This guy came in batting .302. Guzman a 3-hopper this time. 3 equals 2. 2 down. Vernon Wells next. You know, the guys whose dad played in the CFL. There's Jason Frazier, who might be functioning now as the Blue Jays closer. Their true closer with 8 saves, Scott Downs, is on the DL. So they are improvising with a bullpen by committee.
And this pitching staff starting to do a much better job in close ball games. The Nationals are now 7-11 in 1-run ball games.
That's not that bad.
That is not that bad.
There are some contending teams who have records not far off that. I just like the fact the Nats are playing more 1-run games these days. Of course, some of them earlier were 12-11, 10-9, 9-8. This is better baseball here. Joel Hanrahan is on tonight. Wells rips that one left center. Can anybody catch it? How about Willie Harris?
2 nights in a row.
Oh man, does he cover some ground? How far is he? He's running in from dead left field right now. Willie Harris, you are awesome.
In the top of the 9th, Johnny Holiday along with Phil Wood set to bring you Nats extra post game. The Nats have one final shot to get the win and run the winning streak to 3 in a row.
Well, of course, they might go into extra innings too, but 3 in a row would be sweet. They got to get the bat off the shoulder, though, Johnny.
Well, one thing we've had tonight, lots and lots of thrills from this ball club. And let's send you right back up to Bob and Rob and see if the Nats can win it in regulation in the last of the night.
Johnny, that would be sweet because after regulation, it's been ugly this year. The Nationals 0-8.
Oh, you had to
innings.
say that. I can't believe you
I'm
said
jinxing it.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot win with you.
I'll tell you what, if you could get some bug spray up here, you could win with me.
All right. The guys you would like to have up there, Johnson, Zimmerman, and Dunn. In the bottom of the 9th against Jeremy Accardo, out for his 2nd inning.
Other than Nick, the rest of them awful quiet.
Nick Johnson 3 for 3 with a walk, and now batting .315.
Must be the stat.
Ricardo on the corner, 0-2.
Man, he didn't call that all night for Jordan Zimmermann, who threw 23 first pitch strikes. Look at this pitch.
Yeah, that's not very good.
Unreal.
And the word that comes to mind, inconsistent.
That's all I've asked for. Just be consistent. Call it both ways. Be unbiased and fair.
18-year veteran Brian Gorman, the crew chief. 1-2 to Nick Johnson. Hey, I'd throw a 1-2 pitch out there myself.
You keep testing it. You push that envelope as far out as you can if you get that call. All right, come on, Nick.
Tie game, bottom of the ninth. 2-2. Nick Johnson takes it low and inside.
How do you not bite on that, Nick?
Well, that's how you walk. Man, 40 times this year. Look at the walks on a 3-2 count. That's amazing. 20 of them. Half of his walks. On a pitch up and away, Nick spoils it as he should. Just went with it. Ryan Zimmerman has to be hungry for another chance. He's 0 for 4 tonight. He's actually hit right-handers better this year. All right, the winning run's on base. A lot of bottom of the ninths for relievers fall apart when there's a leadoff walk. Now, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but over the years, the last couple of years, Ryan Zimmerman has been a great bunter. But if he bunts, he takes the bat out of Adam Dunn's hands, and then the pitcher spot is due up next. So Zimmerman has to be hacking here, unless he could guarantee Manny Acta he could bunt for a base hit. Short lead by Nick at first. And that's up and in.
Well, you don't need to bunt if he's going to walk you.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where if somebody first pitch swings, you would just look at him and say, what are you thinking? Alberto Gonzalez for the pitcher 2 spots away.
Was he like 5 for 5 as a pinch hitter?
We'll look it up.
You haven't gotten that far?
No.
Oh man, Shevitz.
Brian Gorman's not having a good night.
I'm telling you, Bob. Look at this. This pitch is up and away.
Are you kidding me?
I mean, goodness gray mice.
Last 2 strike calls not even close. 1-1 to Zimmerman.
Come on, Zim, get mad.
Winning runs at first, nobody out. Ryan looking to protect on 1 and 2. Well,
that was one of those.
The 2 balls behind home plate.
Oh, man.
Behind home plate got out of here.
Smack that guy.
Have umpires ever been thrown out of a game? This might be the time. The ones in the seats. 2 and 2 now. Zimmerman on a breaking ball low and away. That one pitch changed the entire at bat, because that would have been a 3-1 pitch. And Ryan Zimmerman's 0 for 5 tonight.
Well, Accardo makes a good breaking ball pitch right here, down and away. Zim tried to pull it. But that pitch, if he makes a mistake with Dunn, could leave the building.
Adam Dunn 1 for 3, a single and an intentional walk. First pitch, changeup outside. Pitcher spot next, and then Alberto Gonzalez would hit for Joe Hanrahan. Absolutely perfect as a pinch hitter, and those 5 hits have resulted in 4 RBIs, which is really impressive. And a 1-2 to Adam Dunn. He went off speed again, missing away 2-2. That was a fastball he was trying to paint.
But from our vantage point, that's a foot outside. And on TV, camera is off center out in center field. But from where we're standing, and a good downward view of it, there's a ball.
Adam Dunn on a play to the left side.
Vernon Wells is playing not only no doubles, I think he's playing no triples. He's way out in center field.
He's probably 370 feet away. Runner goes, and Dunn scorches a foul. Maniacta may be surprising the Blue Jays there, but thinking Dunn would make contact and sending Nick Johnson. Two outs. In crucial situations tonight, the Nationals have not been able to make contact with the ball. They had 6 strikeouts in the last 3 innings. And here comes Gonzalez.
Well, he challenged him with the heat. And he won.
You know, this is interesting. If the count And strike one's important with this in mind. If the count would work in the favor of the Nats, they could hit and run with this hitter. He's such a great contact guy. But as long as Accardo stays ahead, not much Manny or Nick Johnson can do. Little tapper by the mound. That's it. We're going extra innings. And extras have not been good to our boys this year. 1-1 after 9. And Rob Dibble, the error by Guzman, and that knocked Ron Vallone out, and then Joel Hanrahan came in and did a great job.
Well, Joel Hanrahan came in with one out, got the ground ball to Ryan Zimmerman. That didn't work for double play. Kevin Millar pinch hit, got him out, and then got a couple of quick outs, and then a wonderful play by Willie Harris on another fabulous catch out in the outfield 2 nights in a row. Possible 2 game savers depending on the outcome of this one.
And Joe Beimel takes over. He'll be the 6th Nationals pitcher of the night. The Toronto Blue Jays this year in extra innings, 4-3, 1-2 on the road. I'm too frightened to give you the Nationals ledger on that one.
Go right ahead.
0-8.
Break that string.
0-8 and 7 of those at home. I'm not sure I've ever heard of a team going 0-7 at home where you have the final at bat in extra innings. That's unbelievable. So there's the first pitch strike to Scott Rowland, top of the 10th underway.
Hey, it's contagious. You know, you start playing well, you don't want to be the guy that fails. Our young pitchers have started this little deal going on the road trip, and it's continued right into this homestand.
Right in there. Yeah, a lot of those extra inning games were seesaw affairs, high scoring games where you'd score, give it up, go back ahead, give it up. This is a whole different kind of thing here. Off speed pitch away. Nick Johnson does it alone for the first out. 78 miles an hour on that 0-2 pitch.
He was bringing it.
It just took a while.
No, that's one of the things that Joe Beimel is famous for, working ahead and throwing you either that big curveball or a changeup. Been one of the best setup men in the business the last few years out in Los Angeles.
A 3-year great run with the Dodgers. Here's Adam Lind for 4.
Had a little time to work on his tattoos out there. Place where I got my first tattoo at Sunset Tattoo on Hollywood Boulevard. So you know I love Joe Beimel. Come on. He's your prototypical reliever.
You guys platinum members out there?
Our own parking spot.
A lot of the crowd sticking around. It's fireworks night. And this game will have to end in the next inning or two for the fireworks to be seen. Nationals can't start them after 10:50 on a Friday night because of the surrounding neighborhoods.
Well, then we're just going to have to go ahead and win this in the bottom of the 10th inning after Joe gets out of this inning.
And the 0-2. He took that sweeping breaking ball and just missed with it. 20,860 paid tonight.
You want more fans, you got to win more games. It's just the way it works.
Weimel trying to put away Lind here with Alex Rios next. Good seats available tomorrow night and on Father's Day. 1:35 game on Sunday. Bring Dad to the ballpark. And then the Red Sox are in after the day off Monday. There are your ticket numbers and website. Letters. Nationals.com 888-632-NATS. Not many tickets left for the Boston series. We'll try to give you an actual update of that over the weekend. And now Weimel has worked the count to 3-2, or should I say Adam Lind has worked it. Road jersey, souvenir at home. And a little pop-up that'll be easy for Zimmerman. Joe Weimel wins that battle, 2 outs. That ball is never where it was when you started your swing, when you're facing him, right?
No. He throws across his body. Very deceptive young man. And he challenged him with a fastball that rode back and in and up on Lind. Jammed him. Serious damage.
Bases empty, 2 outs. Alex Rios. He hit that double down the right field line that set the Blue Jays up in the 8th before Joel Hanrahan shut the door on him. There's a strike on the corner. The double came against Ron Vallone. Orioles won their game at Philadelphia tonight, 7-2. Yankees won at Florida, 5-1. And the Mets held on to beat Tampa Bay up at Citi Field, 5-3. So the Mets will be only 2 games back of Philadelphia. And Atlanta hammered the Red Sox 8-2 at Fenway tonight. Behind Kawakami against Matt Daisuke. 3-1.
Was that Kawakami Daisuke Matsuzaka matchup tonight?
It was.
Wow. Japanese media must have been going bonkers.
And the 3-1 on Rios. Beimel walks him with 2 outs.
Well, he got ahead of him. He got a little too fine on that outer edge. With the lefty on deck. Not the worst walk in the world.
That lefty is Lyle Overbay.
This is a very good contact hitter, though. Very dangerous guy in this situation.
3 years ago, 22 homers, 92 RBIs. His first year in Toronto, looked like he was headed for stardom. And then a right hand injury got him in 07. And then last year he had 270 with 15 home runs.
I saw him a lot when he was with the Milwaukee Brewers, and he's just got a really nice swing. Built for power.
87 RBIs and then 72 there after coming over from Arizona.
We're going to start getting our fans when a pitcher gets 2 strikes, 2 outs in an inning. We can get them up.
Yep.
Get them clapping. Get the word out on the street.
Hey, buddy, Rob wants you to stand up tomorrow, okay?
2 strikes, 2 outs. You're on your feet.
Well, in New York, they do that in the first inning. And then the second, and then the third.
Makes a difference. Pumps you up when you're out there on the mound.
Boston's like that. Philadelphia's like that when they're hitting. When they're at bat, Philadelphia comes alive.
There's some places that go into the wave when the opponent is up at the plate. I never figured that out. You're supposed to be doing that when your team's up at the plate.
Maybe it's distracting.
Yeah, to the home team.
1 ball and 1 strike to Overbay. He's walked 3 times tonight. Dick Johnson and his counterpart, Lyle Overbay, have become very close friends tonight, visiting with each other every at bat. Let's end that streak right here. And a 1-1 coming. Beimel to Overbay. Big slow breaking ball. Zimmerman over to have a look, but it's well up into the seats, and it's 2 strikes now. Now this is where in
this
some
is where you
ballparks
stand up, you start clapping. Come on, everybody now. Okay, we're gonna have to work on that.
Kind of interesting when you go to Toronto for games up there. The fans aren't real raucous. They sit down a lot. They applaud more than they scream. It's a different kind of atmosphere up there too. And a breaking ball fouled away. We've reached 10:30. Ball game started 3 hours and 25 minutes ago. It's moving very slowly for a 1-1 game, even in extra innings. Once the starters were out of this one, the Nats now have used 5 relievers, the Blue Jays 4. No one able to break through. That ball pretty well hit to left, but Adam Dunn is right there. And we're going to the bottom of the 10th inning. Good pitching continues. Now the Nats need some hitting to put an end to this thing. against Brandon League. More on him in a moment. Because of 2 out of 3 at New York, the Nats are 3-6. They were swept 3 at Tampa Bay. Lost 2 out of 3 in this ballpark earlier in the month to the Orioles. Batting average, not good. Runs per game, not good. ERA, good. A lot of tight ball games, and here's Brandon League. League is a resident of Honolulu. He's from Nick Johnson's neighborhood in Sacramento. 26 years of age, 6'2", 205. An off and on career for the Blue Jays over the last 5 years. Up and down, up and down. Only averaging about 20 games a year. He's been back and forth between Toronto and AAA so much. Brand new pitcher, first pitch swinging.
You remember he took 3 strikes his last time, so he wanted to make sure he got a good hack in. Figured League would try to get ahead with a fastball, and he did. Just missed it.
Willie Harris has had a fantastic night. 1 for 3, a double, a walk, and a spectacular running catch on Vernon Wells to end the top of the 9th. The Nats would go on to get the leadoff man aboard, Nick Johnson, on the walk, and he never left first base.
.97 on that last pitch.
Yeah, I saw this kid on TV during our long rain delay yesterday throwing in Philadelphia. He can really bring it. Then he pulls the string on an 85-mile-an-hour changeup.
Willie Harris saying, "What was that?" Asking the umpire.
Then a nasty dipping breaking ball. He saw all 3 of this kid's pitches right there. Wow.
Well, you throw 97, then you throw 83, and now you're going to throw an 86 just sinking. Looks like a fork ball or some kind of, yeah, that is a fork ball.
That had that tumbling motion, didn't it? Jesus Colomé, possibly for the 11th. Joe Beimel is usually a 1-inning guy. The Nats have only Mike McDougal after Colomé. And the Blue Jays now still have B.J. Ryan and Jason Frazier. Overmatching hitters right now.
Well, he's very deceptive. He turns his back to you.
How does this guy have a 6.07 ERA? 3-1 strikeout to walk. 31 hits in 30 innings. 20 runs.
Well, something must happen in between his good days. Either that fastball straightens out or just can't seem to locate those breaking balls. I could see a night where he throws about 15 of those in a row.
Anderson Hernandez, a base hit, 2 walks tonight. Tried to bunt his way on last time. I guess as soon as I asked the question, we got the answer on the next 2 pitches.
Keep talking. Talk this guy into about 4 walks and we can go home.
Man, he looks great right now. Wow.
I don't think I've ever seen such a great Hawaiian pitcher in my life.
What about Sid Fernandez?
See, there you go. I'm reverse psychology, and you actually think I'm serious. Let's try that again.
That ball slapped out to short. Throw it. Marco Scutaro, and we're going to the 11th inning. Oh, where have the second half runs gone lately? That'll be the job of Jesus Colome. Ronnie Belliard comes in to play second base. He's batting in the previous pitcher's spot, which is the number 5 hole. And then batting 8th and pitching, Jesus Colome. So the Nationals have now had better than 4 scoreless innings from their bullpen tonight. So have the Blue Jays, for that matter. And Jesus Colome still has a long way to go with that ERA of 8.00. 9 innings, 15 hits, 8 runs. 8 strikeouts, 3 walks. You can live with that. But the hittable nature of Colome this year has really been puzzling. And Rob, I would say that's probably from being behind in the count, having to come in and then getting lit up.
Well, and also he puts his defense to sleep with his slow work rate. Takes forever to throw a pitch. So inevitably the defense, instead of being on the balls of their feet, go back on their feet and they're on their heels, and they can't make plays defensively for you. So if he could pick up the tempo or pick up the pace a little bit, maybe he'd have a chance.
Well, Randy St. Clair, I know over the last few years, has talked with him many times about that. Rod Barajas, it's okay when he's off the windup. He is a reliever who does work off the windup. But when anybody gets on base, that's when the game comes to a screeching halt. Barajas 1 for 3 with an RBI hit. Out of play right side. The number 9 spot is next for the Blue Jays. And Jose Bautista is waiting to hit there.
Colome has such good stuff. It's mind-boggling that this guy just hasn't had an unbelievable career.
His lowest ERA, 3.27 in 04 for Tampa Bay, but that was in only 33 games. And a couple of years before that, 3.33 in 30 games. But he's at 8.27, 4.50, 4.57, 3.82 for the Nats 2 years ago, and then back up to 4.31 last year. A lot of it's been control. Right field line, pretty well hit. Corey Patterson in the corner. That's right where the Nats had him played. Good scouting and execution there. And here's Jose Bautista, who broke in with the Orioles in 04, quickly on to Tampa Bay and Kansas City in the same year, and then finally 4 years with the Pirates. The Blue Jays got him for a young catcher who we saw earlier this year, Robinson Diaz, who's playing for the Pirates. That was August 21st of last year. .239 career hitter. 0 for his last 7. And as a pinch hitter, just 0 for 1 this year. Now that's got Brandon League out of the game. Here's Jason Frazier. They're only remaining a right-hander down there. Slider, see ya. Perfect at the knees, 2 outs. Rob, it's amazing. A lot of these pitchers, you see flashes of it.
Now, this is pitching right here. 0-2. Just attack the strike zone. Great slider. Gets a call here. A little low in the zone. But when you're throwing strikes, the umpire gets in a groove also, and he's human. A very nice pitch.
Here's Marco Scutaro, 0 for 5 tonight. 4 grounders and a line drive to the second baseman.
Don't think about it. Just do it. Bring it to this hitter. Well, like you said, flashes of brilliance.
All right, he's gone 2-0.
You got 2 quick outs.
Good hitter next to Aaron Hill. But these 2 good hitters tonight, Scutaro and Hill, 1 for 10.
Well, the toughest thing I found as a reliever was just calming your mind down. Your mind starts to rush, which makes your body rush. And you can see that a little bit with Jesus. Got the 2 outs. His mechanics got just a little bit quick, almost like a golfer that swings too hard or too quick on the backswing. And now his mechanics are off. I always found that taking a deep breath and blowing it out right before I started my windup or my delivery from the stretch would help. Your sign, you blow it out. Now you bring it.
Nice. Right in there, 3-2.
And I would have pitching coaches too that would say muscle memory, muscle memory. What does that mean? It means repeat your delivery. So that felt good. Try to remember however that last pitch just felt to you and do it again. It's pretty simple.
Fans making some noise here. Threw him a strike. Zimmerman can't quite get it. That's the Blue Jays' first base hit since the 8th. And now as Adam Dunn has a problem, the runner makes it to second, and Belliard was too quick with the tag. Oh boy, you can't give up 90 feet on a routine single. And the Nats just did.
This ball
be
just
Adam Dunn's error.
Dies right here in the outfield. He goes to pick it up barehanded on the wet grass. Makes a good throw to Belliard. Belliard tries to slap the tag on.
Yeah, they could have had him.
Heads up base runner right there by Scutaro.
Adam Dunn's 8th error of the year, the Nats' 3rd of the night. And now you're facing the leading hit guy in the American League when you just gave the previous hitter 90 extra feet. All 3 Nationals errors tonight on the most routine plays. The Hernandez bobble, the Guzman drop that cost a run, and now that. And Aaron Hill was smelling blood. He was up there hacking.
It'll work ahead.
But these are the unforced errors by some of our veterans this year that have really hurt. Aaron Hill 1 for 5. Now we've had a balk. Jesus Calamé balking for the second time this year. Boy, he's mad. Maniacta coming out to calm down his pitcher.
Right before that, I almost said out loud, I was just thinking it to myself, that Christian Guzman or Belliard should just go in and say something to him. Just say something to him in Spanish. Get him to calm down. They're the veterans. He's still kind of a young guy. Could be a big asset to this ball club.
Hill flies it to center. Right there is Willie Harris. After all that, the Nats still a chance to put this game away. Patterson, Guzman, Johnson ahead.
Right at the end of this inning, before the fly ball out, Jesus Calamé is going to balk right here. See the runner on second, takes an extra step. Now, that is not a balk. He stepped off the rubber, and then he moved his shoulder. So now Jesus goes out to the second base umpire to say, why was that a balk? Well, I mean, I don't find that wrong as
How
a pitcher.
can you balk if you're not on the rubber?
You're not on the rubber. So that's a bad call by the umpire. And he just wanted clarification. So, and he did a good job of regrouping, getting his thoughts together, and getting the fly ball out. But still, he stepped off the rubber.
You cannot deceive a runner when you're not in a position to throw the ball home.
You're not in a locked-in position, and the ball is not in play once you step off that rubber.
And that's not the first time we've seen that this year.
With him, he steps off before he moves the shoulders. It's not a balk.
Here's Jason Frazier.
I hope there's somebody that's looking at this video somewhere at headquarters, you know? To at least clarify, not just to the pitcher, to the manager, why you called the balk so he doesn't do it again.
Corey Patterson, a good guy to have in this spot. Leadoff hitter, great speed. You've got a first baseman playing very deep if you're thinking about a bunt down that way. Scott Rowland is on the grass at third, so you don't want to bunt it near him. That hit him in the batter's box, so it's a foul ball. Came back up and hit him. You know, the place you want to bunt the ball is down the first base line. Make the pitcher match you step for step for about 7 or 8 steps. And then if you do it right, there's no way he'll throw you out.
Well, and if you can get it by the pitcher when he delivers the ball and you could just get it by the mound, second baseman's got no chance of coming in, catching the ball, and throwing Corey Patterson out at the same time.
Rod Barajas will have to tie his shoe here. With the flap over the foot.
Oh, old catcher's trick. Break the momentum here by faking like I'm tying my shoe. I used to do that on the mound sometimes.
That's ball 1. Counts even to Corey Patterson. 1 for 1 with a steal tonight. He had a base hit to the left with 2 outs in the 8th. But after stealing second on an 0-2 pitch, Guzman struck out. Now that swing will have to shorten for the next one.
There's the Exmo catching the swing of Corey Patterson.
And a bouncer, 2 hoppers, right to Hill. And the Nats have only had 1 hit since the 7th inning. If I remember correctly, in all 8 of those previous extra inning games, there was not a situation where the Nationals, in the one game on the road, scored a run and then gave up 2. So with these 7 losses at home, that means in 8 extra inning games this year, the Nationals have not scored 1 run. And this is number 9. Guzman, the hitter, 1 for 5.
You seem agitated by that.
There goes the glove and the ball. Guzman will get a hit. Can't say I'm real happy about it. I've never seen 0-7 at home in extra innings. And that literally took the glove right off the hand of Jason Frazier.
That reminds me of a Peanuts cartoon. Charlie Brown getting his glove hit off. Now check this out. There's a shot right back at him. Look out. And then Frazier takes off, and then what happens here? He just keeps running.
Well, the shortstop Marco Scudero finally told him to forget it.
One more look. Oh! Can't believe that happened.
Here's Nick Johnson.
I think he just wanted to keep running into the center field.
Can Nick Johnson get on base one more time? He's walked twice, 3 hits tonight. Each bullpen has 1 pitcher remaining. There's his left-hander B.J. Ryan, who has a 5.71 ERA. And the Nationals' remaining pitcher is their closer, Mike McDougall, who closed and put away those 2 games in New York. Guzman doesn't run much at this stage of his career. 1 for 4 in stolen bases this year. .118 steals, but very few in recent years. Bottom 11, 1-1. The count, 1-1 the score. And number 11 on deck. I'd love to see a 2 somewhere, but not strike 2. Guzman at first, 1 out. A lot of hitting room right side. Rolling way off the line left side. Nick Johnson came into this game 9th in the National League with an on-base percentage of .412. He's added 5 times on base to that. Target in. And Nick just got enough of it, and that got past the catcher and took a chunk out of Brian Gorman.
Well, it's dangerous being a catcher and or an umpire. And you see the Exmo catches the foul. Ball goes right back. Here's what it sounded like. Looks like it caught him up around the collarbone area.
Long night for him back there. He's probably called over 400 pitches.
No, you wouldn't mind if Nick ended it right here with 1 swing.
He offered, took it, ball 2. Those Toronto infielders, outfielders standing around for a long time. Now it's ball 3. This will be interesting. With Zimmerman on deck, does Manny Acta have confidence in Nick Johnson to make contact and start Guzman on a 3-2 pitch? The runner goes. Ball 4. That's a side door breaking ball that just stayed outside. 2 on, 1 out. And Ryan Zimmerman, who's 0 for 5, gets another chance. Nick Johnson on base for the 6th time tonight. And a huge spot for Zimmerman. Struck out with the bases loaded, looking in the 7. Struck out 1 on, 1 out, bottom 9 swinging. And a chance to redeem himself for those 2 ABs and get a badly needed extra inning win for the Nats. Winning runs at second base. Backup breaking ball hangs up and in.
Right man in the right place.
Blue Jays have good arms in the outfield all around. Slider 2-0. Ryan Zimmerman, he does some guessing up there now and then, and if he's ever going to guess number one with 2 men on. This might be it. Fastball, but he missed. 3-0. Adam Dunn is next. And he misses again. The bases are loaded with 1 out. And one of the most selective, good batting eye hitters in the game coming in Adam Dunn. Now they're waving the outfielders in. Their defensive coach, Dwayne Murphy, waving them all in. They've got to be able to take a shot at home on a fly ball, and the Nationals have the speedy Guzman at third, the only runner that really matters right now. Adam Dunn is 1 for 4 with a base hit and an intentional walk. This is really interesting. The shift is on with 3 infielders in the baseline between first and second. So even in this configuration, they shift.
Well, in the World Series, Joe Madden brought an outfielder to the infield to have 5 infielders. I'm surprised they're not doing that. Bring in Vernon Wells, put him at short.
Yeah, if Adam Dunn makes contact, hits a fly ball in the outfield, he's so strong, it'll probably go too deep to throw anybody out.
Yeah, game over.
But he's got to make contact here.
I was just informed the New York Mets did that yesterday. Brought an outfielder into the infield for 5 infielders. Like you said, Bobby's got to make contact right here. Mets did it yesterday against the Baltimore Orioles.
No balls, 2 strikes. 1-1, bottom of the 11th. Adam Dunn, yeah, it's a fair ball, and the game is over. Adam's got to touch first. He does, and the Nationals win it 2-1, exactly 4 hours after the first pitch. That ball was scorched.
3 straight wins for the Nationals.
Well, Rob Dibble, they found out the last 2 days you stick around as long as you have to get a W.
Absolutely. You stick around to get that curly W.
How do you win despite 3 errors?
Very carefully. Adam Dunn, see the swing, head down, making contact, smashes it by Overbay at first.
He hit it so hard it did not have time to hook foul. Adam Dunn's 48th RBI of the year. The Nationals win it, improving their interleague record to 4-6. Their 3rd consecutive win, Rob, as you said, and those 3 wins against high-quality American League East clubs.
What about that extra inning record that we had?
See ya. Bye-bye. You ready? All right, Debbie Taylor and Adam Dunn. Debbie?
Okay, we talked before the game about carrying the momentum from New York into this series, and you get the win tonight, and your patience at the plate, and
well, we had opportunities to put the game away, and we just didn't get that big hit. So it was a good game to win. It was a long game. It was hot in here, but it was a good game to win.
Adam, you're down 0-2 against Frazier. What are you thinking there? What's your approach?
Put it in play. I mean, he gave me 2 pitches to hit, and I swung underneath him, and I just told myself that, you don't have to hit the ball in the air, just hit hard somewhere. And that's what I try to do.
And finally, what a night of good pitching for the Nats. The good pitching tonight. Jordan Zimmerman and the bullpen were outstanding.
Well, that's been carrying us lately, and that's why we're these low-scoring games, and that's why we're playing well and getting these wins. Is we're getting great pitching, and we didn't play great defense tonight, but we got the win.
Okay, good job tonight, Adam Dunn. Thank you very much. Let's go back up to Bob.
All right, Frazier the loser, Colomé the winner, and the Nats in 11 win it 2-1. Don't forget, Jordan Zimmerman was pretty good 4 hours ago. Join us tomorrow, Nats and the Jays, 6:30 with Nats Extra tomorrow night. First pitch 7:05. Visit MASSonSports.com for all the latest news on the Nats. This has been a presentation to Masson. Nats Extra, the post game coming up right now. Johnny and Phil from the booth. So long for just a while.